Here.
Commissioner Alonso Carmona,
Here.
Commissioner Luis Talamantes. Here. And Commissioner Natalie Brunel. Here. All present.
Thank you. Pledge of allegiance and salute the Texas flag.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag, pledge allegiance to Texas, one state under God, one indivisible. Testimonial oath of presenters, please be advised that you are here.
Before Commissioners Court, you are under oath. 1.5 public comments. 1.6 approval of minutes of regular meeting August 25th, 2025.
Motion to approve subject to infractions.
I have a motion by Commissioner Talamantes,
Second.
second by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.1 approval of bonds. We have no bonds. 3.2 discussion and appropriate action, monthly report from Constable Precinct 1, Mr. Rudy Lopez for the month of August 2025.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Everything up and running now? What about your reserve? Did you ever get it, your reserve,
Waiting for,
the bond? Okay. And, one thing that Commissioner Victoria had mentioned the last time, your current reserve, are we gonna start seeing the report of him?
yes, I'll include it in mine.
Okay. Motion to approve?
I have a motion by Commissioner Talamantes,
Second.
second by Commissioner Noguera. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you, Constable.
Thank you.
3.3 discussion and appropriate action, monthly report from Constable Precinct 2, Mr. Andres Arambula for the month of August 2025.
Motion to table?
Motion to table by Commissioner Talamantes,
Second.
second by Commissioner Odena. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.4 discussion and appropriate action, monthly report from Constable Precinct 3, Mr. Robert Valderas and Juventino Torres for the month of August 2025.
Morning.
We received two reports for one for the reserve and one for you yourself, right?
Reserve, no.
Yes.
I mean, your
Is there, yes, a Deputy Constable.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion by Commissioner Talamantes,
Second.
second by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you,
Thank
Constable.
you.
3.5 discussion and appropriate action, monthly report from Constable Precinct 4, Mr. Manuel Rosas for the month of August 2025.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners.
Morning.
On this report, I forgot to include August 12th, served as bailiff, JP Force Court.
Bailiff at,
JP Force Court. Judge Matthews.
what day did you say that was, August what?
August the 12th. 10 a.m.
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. And a second by Commissioner Talamantes. Any other questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you, Constable.
Thank you.
3.6, discussion and appropriate action, monthly report from County Extension Agent Ms. Alyssa Cruz for the month of August 2025.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioner. So for the month of August, I had 2 educational programs, the New World Screwworm and Beef Update, and then as well as the Hunters Education course. Enrollment is open for 4-H now, so we've been promoting that and trying to attend as many events as we can to push recruitment on that. Enrollment is open all year round. The price just does go up by $5 after October 31st. And then I did hand out an enrollment flyer for y'all just to kind of look at, as well as our upcoming youth fishing day event that's happening October 11th.
Questions on Ms. Cruz?
Motion to approve.
The youth fishing day and the training at 2 different events, correct?
Which day?
The youth fishing day on Saturday and.
Oh, this Saturday, or this coming Saturday, and then the October one?
Yes.
Yes, they're 2 different.
Okay.
One's just a workshop for our 4-H kids, and then the other one's a community event.
Okay. Second.
You,
Motion.
motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona,
Second.
second by Commissioner Talamantes. All in favor? Any opposition? Motion carries.
Thank you.
3.7, discussion and appropriate action, monthly report from FCH Agent Ms. Carissa Munoz for the month of August 2025.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. So we had 2 programs in August of promoting education quality for the daycare educators. That's still going on until October. I did provide a training for the nutrition directors for the region. We had about 5 or 6 counties who participated. About 30 people came. And then the Dimmit Wellness Project had the open house for the food pantry on the 29th where 50 people attended. And there we were able to promote our upcoming program, which is in your flyer packet. The first one is the Pantry to Plate, which we'll be having September 18th there at the Macedonia Church in their kitchen. And we already have a few RSVPs signed up for that. The program was also promoted on the recipes that were given out during distribution of the commodities. So I believe that was a really good thing. People are calling from the flyer that they had gotten. And there's a list of upcoming programs coming up, and they're all in order. The Do Will Be Will with Diabetes in partnership with the Westlingers takes place starting tomorrow. And then for food show this year, the theme is Food Truck Favorites. So that's for 4-H members. And our Dimmit County contest will be October 19th. And then there's the Growing and Nourishing Healthy Communities that will take place at the arena starting October 2nd. And then the Walk and Talk, which will be in Big Wells. That's going to be another program. It'll be our second one that will take place in Big Wells. And then the last one that you have is the Cooking Well with Diabetes, which will be in Asherton. Lots of programs coming up. If you want to come out and join us, we'll be happy to have you.
You said the food truck favorites, what does that consist of, Ms.
That
Munoz?
is for the 4-H food show theme this year.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty exciting, and we're hoping to get a few of the local food trucks to give a tour for our kids as well, so it's going to be fun.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Commissioner Talamantes,
Second.
second by Commissioner Noguera. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries.
Thank you.
At this time, on behalf of myself, the county judge, and the commissioner's court, we'd like to present a certificate and recognize one of our local students here in Dimmit County that has had the privilege to put Dimmit County, Carrizo Springs, Asherton on the map with his very now famous video and love for goats. And so we wanted to take the opportunity as a commissioner's court, any chance, any time that we can get to acknowledge and celebrate our youth, our student athletes, and even adults that have a recognition here in Dimmit County. We like to do that here. I think it's important that we recognize people for their hard work and for their effort, and little Mr. Milo is no exception to that. He puts in the work, and he's ready to represent Dimmit County on a national level. He's been invited to participate in a show representing what it is to be a Dimmit County, Carrizo Springs Elementary student on a national level. So y'all tune in. I think it's going to be sometime next week that he will be coming out on national TV representing his love for his 4-H project, which is his goats. So at this time, I invite everybody to welcome and give a big round of applause. We'll be going to the front right now to take a picture for Mr. Milo with his father, but at this time I really would like for everyone to give Mr. Milo Garza a big round of applause for all the work he's done and for putting Dimmit County on a national level of recognition. Milo, you want to come to the front? I promise we won't bite you. We don't have any candies, but I have mints. You want a mint? There you go. He says sure. Good luck. What's the name of your goat? Teddy bear? Nice. You gonna go talk about that when you go up there? Yeah? Make sure you bring us back a souvenir. Show goats, yes. Huh? Oh, he wants a mint. I'm sorry. Look, and I'll give you a water too. Not water, it's hot soda. Again, thank you guys, and I'll let the commissioner say a couple words to you, Milo, to wish you congratulations, okay? Wanna go? Okay, you want to go up? Yeah, you should keep that, it's for you. Yeah, I can see him too.
You just have to ask for them.
Yeah. Congratulations. Yeah, well done. See more of you.
And then this is Commissioner Talamantes.
I love your passion. I love how passionate you are. And passion is going to get you very far way in life. Okay? So good luck to you and Teddy Bear in your show.
Here's Commissioner Carmona.
Hope they don't get us confused.
And then Commissioner Ureta.
I want to congratulate you, Milo, and good luck, best of luck in your future endeavors and where you represent the community. Good luck.
Thank you, Milo.
Thank you all so much.
Again, if we could give him a big round of applause to Milo Garza. And thank you, Mr. Garza, for bringing him today. I know that a lot of this wouldn't be possible without your effort and your wife's effort. The parents of Milo, Mr. Gator Garza and Elizabeth Menchaca, congratulations for a job well done for raising a very cute, funny little child that you have there, and good luck and safe travels, Mr. Garza.
Thank you guys so much, appreciate it.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, thank you, Commissioner, for reminding me. Ms. McDaniel, also as informational, Commissioner Carmona reminded me right now, I would like to take the time to invite the community of Dimmit County, Carrizo Springs, Asherton, Big Wells, Catarina, Brundage, to join the annual 9/11 honor walk that we have. It will be taking place this Thursday, 9/11, September 11, to honor and remember all the individuals and loved ones that were lost that day, and to honor those that worked that tragedy. We will be starting the walk at 5 p.m., probably a little bit maybe after 5, but at 5 p.m. is when we're trying to kick it off. Here at this new courthouse at the steps is where we usually start, and Commissioner Carmona has always been so good about having his firemen, and we also include the firemen of the city. This year, Commissioner Carmona had a great idea, and we're also going to include, to lead us off, walking with the flags is United States Border Patrol, Texas Highway Patrol, his fire station, the local fire stations of Carrizo Springs and Asherton that'll lead the walk. We always have a great turnout. We invite the community, we invite the elected officials and all department heads to also invite your staff. Again, at 5 p.m. we start here at the courthouse steps of this annex courthouse, and we walk down this 4th Street, take a right on Nopal, and then take a left down Highway 83. The Sheriff's Department has always been so gracious to escort us, and we walk down 83, and we end up at the Dimmit County Fire Station, and usually we have hot dogs, chips, and drinks for anybody that would like to join. I know that there's a lot of things going on that Thursday, but we always try to make it an effort that we continue the 9/11 walk to honor everybody. So if you know of anybody that would like to join, please pass the word. We will be disseminating a flyer here in the next day or two, in person and on social media, so please share it away, and we join you guys to join us for a 9/11 memorial walk. Thank you, Commissioner.
Chair, you're all invited in the hospitals. Y'all want to walk the front? Y'all want to go?
Put on your tennis shoes, Sheriff.
I'll be escorting.
You'll be escorted, he says. 3.8, discussion and appropriate action, monthly report from Rodeo Arena event coordinator for the month of August 2025. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you? How are you liking the position? Very glad. Very interesting. Motion to approve?
Motion by Commissioner Lopez.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Woodley. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Wood. Discussion monthly report from Dimmit County Golf Course for the month of August 2025. Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Have y'all started the project of the resod yet?
No, not yet.
How have the price adjustments been working out for you?
Pretty good. I haven't had any complaints.
That's good, I'm Motion to approve?
Any other questions? I have a motion by Commissioner Talamantes,
Second.
second by Commissioner Urenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you. There's no action on 3.10, Ms. McDaniel. That was a typo. 3.11.
Is there a typo on the fee, the rental fee? Because it says $53.38 for rental fee
Where are you at, Commissioner?
on the page for the.
On Ms. Hymas? Oh, well, let me reopen 3.9 for discussion, Ms. McDaniel. Ms. Hymas, if you can please step forward.
I saw it, but I thought it was.
That one will be on the last page. It was the meeting room rental.
Okay, so it's $53.
Yeah, it's $50 plus the tax, so it's 53, so, yes, ma'am.
Are you in charge of booking your, and coordinating there for the golf course, or does the court, the?
No, we take care of it.
Oh, okay, so the events coordinator, it doesn't go through the events coordinator?
No. And it's the last page.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at, the
Yes,
last
ma'am.
page, and I saw 53.38, and I was like, okay, hold on.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am. It was for a meeting.
Yeah, but it's for, is it, because it was for the school,
Yes.
the parents?
Mhm.
But is that the set rate or is that a discounted rate?
No, that's a set rate for a meeting.
For a meeting? Oh, okay, okay.
That's the set rate for the meeting and the conference room.
Okay,
If you're gonna rent the conference room and the patio outside, it's a different rate.
Yes, sir.
It's just for the conference room, anybody who wishes to rent it for a meeting, which is basically a short term,
yeah.
it's $50.
It just took me by odds because it had $3.38 plus an additional, at the arena or at the
Yeah.
rec center, you don't charge taxes, so that's why is it $53.38?
I have no idea, it's programmed.
This,
as a
yeah,
profit.
the machine that we have, when you pay with a credit card. it
Oh,
automatically
charges.
charges
Oh,
that.
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Closing item 3.9. 3.11, quarter report of families served April through June 2025 Dimmit County commodity.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Motion to approve?
Are there any questions? If there are no questions, I'll entertain Commissioner Talamantes' motion to approve.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.12, discussion and appropriate action, quarter report, April through June 2025 for Dimmit County sanitation.
Ms. Maribel, I do have a question on the non-tax collected. I see that there was tax collected in April and in June, but not in May.
We build those in the quarterly accounts, so they don't pay every month. So it's every other month that they'll look at some that do pay. So we only have, I want to say a total of 6 or 7 accounts are non-tax accounts, which is like the Border Patrol, AV, some that are ranches and stuff. Those are the accounts that don't pay taxes. But they don't pay on a monthly, so we'll have them like, if they're late, they'll pay the following month. Or just, not every month you'll see the non-tax payments come in.
Judge, we're projected to collect 300,000 and we have exceeded the dollar amount for this fiscal year.
I was going to ask,
We're still waiting on the collection to come in for this.
We just finalized the last quarter, last week. So.
I was going to ask in regards to April, I know that the number reflects exceedingly high number. Was there a distinct
That's the
reason?
quarter, that's when it's due. So you'll have 4 months where you'll see like the high dollar amount, which is gonna be your January, April, July, and October. That's when you're gonna see those high collection months.
So usually some people just wait till the last minute to come and pay.
Yes.
Well, congratulations to you and Commissioner Rubalcaba and staff for going above and beyond to collect on behalf of Dimmit County. I applaud you.
Money does a good job, so those two members as the sanitation secretary. Thank you,
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Now I entertain a motion.
Maya.
Motion by Commissioner Rubalcaba,
Second.
second by Commissioner Talamantes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
3.13, discussion and appropriate action to implement metal detector policy due to the increase in safety issues and state and federal concerns regarding the courthouse safety. This is the policy commissioners in regards to the metal detector screening in the front. We did have the policy drafted and approved through Mr. Franklin, the attorney that I've been working with in regards to making sure that we are in agreement with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security commercial facility sector and making sure that everything that reflects on here is a policy that adheres to state and federal law. So this is the documents that you have there is what the policy would be moving forward in regards to the screening. As you guys are aware, about 2 weeks ago there was a active shooter at one of the schools in a Catholic school, and we have some issues with individuals wanting to bring in knives into this courthouse, and out of abundance of caution and the safety of our staff and elected officials in this office and in the historical courthouse, we just wanted to make sure that we have this in policy so that if there is a situation in which the individual coming into the courthouses or any other facility that belongs to Dimmit County does not adhere to these policies, the security guards in the front can and will be calling the sheriff's office to have that person in violation of this policy, in violation of state and federal laws.
Judge,
Monday.
I did have some questions
Mhm.
regarding it. The random checks. So are you suggesting that while they're in the building, at any point, they can be subjected to a random check of their belongings?
No, this is for when they're walking into the building, Commissioner.
And then there was another one as well. Has the county attorney reviewed this one?
No, I went with the attorney, Mr. Franklin, as I mentioned.
Do you have a copy of it, Mr. Gonzalez?
I received a copy today with my packet. I didn't receive it in advance to review it. But I do have some concerns.
And do you think you can come up so?
Sure.
One concern is that the securities don't have a panic button up front. If they need immediate assistance, they're going to have to call on their radios or call on their cell phones. The securities we have are also licensed peace officers, but they have not issued any citations or arrested anybody for disorderly conduct or anything in the past. So what I've told the sheriff and some of the elected officials now, don't even bother, just hit your panic button and let the sheriff department come and take care of it. We're still having problems with personnel coming to the district clerk's office, to the tax assessor collector's office, and making a scene, and if anything, security up front just stands behind them, does nothing. On one occasion they said, oh, we don't have any paperwork to arrest anybody, to do anything. So this policy doesn't address what exactly are their duties, can they arrest anybody, and can they issue citations. I believe the last time we had an issue with criminal trespass, the sheriff's office was going to prepare citation books for them so they can at least give them a criminal trespass warning, or they should have the forms down there to give them a warning saying that they're no longer welcome if they're creating the scene. at one of our offices, but I haven't seen that.
The sheriff has given them citation books already, so they have citation books.
But reading through the contract, are you
It's
seeing?
not a contract,
Or
it's a policy.
the policy, I'm sorry, Judge. Reading through the policy, is there anything that's catching your attention? Because you're saying that there's no panic button, so we don't have panic buttons at the front.
We do have
We
panic
have none
buttons.
now? Okay.
Honey buck, what is it for?
Yes, they were.
When
They're panic buttons already.
the gentleman came to install them, I asked him, he said, no.
We had put everybody on the
Everybody
list.
has
Because
them.
I remember getting an email last week or
Right.
sometime that the IT had notified us that Carmona had
We have-
officially completed, and I think that was hitting a few areas, but in different courthouses.
We have panic
And I
buttons.
recommended panic buttons at that time,
We have panic buttons.
with the security.
And then the only thing, because I am seeing to it, I'm all for it, Judge, obviously, and I'm grateful that we're finally seeing the policy on the metal detectors, because it is needed, and I know that y'all guys have done really good in trying to ensure the safety of everybody in the courthouse. But there was one on here too, that I was reading through it, and it was like, in case of a threat, they were gonna be asked to repeat themselves. Why wasn't it be like at the initial point that they felt that there was a threat? Is there anything that the courthouse security can do a civilian, like arrest or?
Well, they're licensed peace officers.
The security guards are both licensed peace officers,
So
so
they
they
can-
have arrest, they have the right to arrest.
Mr. G, also on those radios that they have, there's a red button on the radio
Correct.
that they can push, and it automatically warns the officers that they need assistance.
Assistance.
So, because I have a radio like that.
Yeah, they
If
started
anybody
doing
that
that.
goes down, they push that red button, and it alerts all law enforcement, and says what officer needs help.
Right, they can't handle the situation, they need to start pushing those panic buttons. I hate for some of that.
Again, but it's there.
Yeah.
Well, and the
but-
whole reason why we are implementing this, and to be quite frank with you, and I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but we have to implement this because we did have a situation in which a former elected official came into this courthouse with a gun in his holster in his waist and refused to take it off.
That was
And
something that was back, right?
exactly, and refused to take it off, and someone from this courthouse told him, it's okay, you can come in, anyways, there's not a policy in place. We have those metal detectors for a reason. We have them so that people won't get hurt, get injured, and the fact that we're implementing them to protect and to have the safety of these elected officials and the staff and employees in this courthouse. So it's oxymoron for us to have metal detectors out there, and then we have people telling people they can still come in because there's no policy. So we are trying to implement this policy so that it doesn't matter if you were an ex-elected official or not, it doesn't matter who you are, you can't walk into this courthouse with a gun or any form of weapon or item that's prohibited by this policy.
And I'm in agreement with that.
I am too.
So is that gonna have our code enforcer, because he comes in with his gun and he's not a deputy.
So
It's not my employee.
So the law, Commissioner Noguera, the law dictates, according to the open carry, we did the research on that, and if the county judge allows the individual to carry a weapon in here is an exemption of that penal code regarding the open carry, and that's why Mr. Gonzalez carries that weapon. Additionally, Mr. Gonzalez also assists the courthouse security when the courthouse security is out. So recently, what we've been doing is we've been assisting Ms. Gonzalez when she has court at what's the other courthouse? Ms.
Courthouse
Madi?
South.
At Courthouse South. We've been sending our courthouse security to go help assist Ms. Madi with courthouse safety over there. So sometimes Mr. Gonzalez is up there in the front as code enforcer as well, which the law allows him to, in being in the front and assisting. And so that's why he has he has that open carry license to carry.
But by law, is it allowed?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm all
Judge,
for,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm all for the policy as well. I just feel that it's important to loop in, and this is no discredit or disrespect to the county attorney, even using Franklin, but I just feel that these are issues that we're dealing with in the old Dimmit County, and it would have to have our own attorney kind of look over and review it. So on that, I just feel like, yes, I do want the policy in place, and I thank you for presenting it to us, because I know that it's been some time coming. I just think that we should have Mr. Gonzalez's eyes overlook it, since again, this is an in-house situation, scenarios that we're dealing with that he's probably a little bit more aware of. So I'm going to motion to table, pending the review of Mr. Gonzalez, and then hopefully to see it on the next Commissioner's Court to see if you approve or not edits that you think that we should make.
I have no problem with that, and I have no problem with Mr. Franklin being asked to prepare it. You all have retained him to do that work. I am not retained to do that work. There's no money in my budget to do civil matters whatsoever. And several of you have come to me and say, well, we need you to advise us, and I've told you the procedure is put it on the agenda and have it approved. It usually is not approved. For 25 years, I've reviewed stuff for this county, contracts and everything else with no charge. But I don't have a problem with this court, Commissioner's Court, and it is the entire court, because you all have hired Mr. Franklin, not just the county judge, when you all decided to approve this contract. So, if you're comfortable with what he's prepared, I have no problem with that. If you want me to give it a second review?
Just so you're aware, Commissioner Talamantes, the law, and what Mr. Gonzalez is saying, why for the past 25 years, he didn't get paid to do civil work, because the law says his duties and obligations as per the government code are to ensure that justice is served here as a criminal county attorney. If we have questions of him, he can file with like the Attorney General's office to get opinions and whatnot, but he is not hired by the county, was never hired by the county in the past, and that's why we have different attorneys. We have another one here today. We have previous Judge Ponce had different attorneys handling different things for Dimmit County. Mr. Gonzalez is, and it's not to say that we don't mind sending things to Mr. Gonzalez to review, but Mr. Gonzalez also has his plate full with criminal court that he has to do, and so that's why we go to Mr. Franklin, Mr. Pereira, and I go to the other attorneys for tax stuff. We have different attorneys that we go to, not to hinder Mr. Gonzalez from his stuff, but we will send him some stuff. But this particular document, like I said, it was drafted and approved that it adheres to the law by an attorney, and there's nothing here that we are going to submit to this court to approve that is going to undermine the laws of Texas or the laws of the United States. And so that's why this is here. I'm going to ask that it gets approved today so that it can be
Judge, I just think that considering that this is the safety of our county and our employees and the people that we work with every day, I understand that for 25 years you've done it, but you haven't done it. I do also agree it's within your civic duty to try to ensure that we're not making any mistakes as we're up here. It's one of the one things that I learned in training. So if you review it right now and you tell me you think that we're protected and this is good, then I will send my motion to table it to have you review it. But if not, I would appreciate it if you took the time to consider to review it, only because you're considering the safety of everybody in this courtroom, and it is all Dimmit County and all of our employees. And I feel that that's worth, even if you're not being paid for it.
I don't have a problem reviewing it. My problem is, if the motion passes, you want me to review it, I have no problem with reviewing it. If you're asking me to give my consent to this document today, the answer is no, I will not, because I have not had sufficient time to review it. On first glimpse, I can see that there's nothing in there that says that the county will post the appropriate signs of any prohibited weapons that not be allowed in the courtroom. Do we have the adequate signs on each of our courtroom entrances? I've seen some, but if we need to post more, then we need to do that. I don't see that. There's a sample that I provided the treasurer because he came to ask me with from Walker County, but I can get to everybody so we can compare this policy with the Walker County. There's also a brief one from Bear County. I don't recommend that one because it's a little great, but there may be some things in the Walker County security policy that we can implement it here as well. But that's subject to y'all approving, tabling this and they'll make recommendations.
I'm gonna keep my motion to table then, just to build upon to make sure that we're making it as strong as possible in policy. And then hopefully we can see it next Commissioner's Court. I'm pretty sure that you have a good policy in front of you, but I'm pretty sure you can make it stronger.
Well, anytime it's reviewed by one or more individuals, we're gonna find things we can add to a policy. And this is, even if you pass it today, this is something we may have to amend in the future. And if we find that something's not working, then we should bring it back and make the necessary amendments to make sure that, everyone that comes into this courthouse, every courtroom is secure. There's sometimes I have no security at the other building, none.
As I'm saying, I have no ill will that the judge would present anything that would be in bad intention for the county judge. Just putting that straight, but I do think that we can build upon it and make it stronger to make sure that we're really protecting everybody within the courthouse. So motion to table.
Manager, Judge, all I was gonna ask is, in future processes, this is a 12-page document, and if that's Commissioner's Court, and this is just my personal opinion, if I'm gonna be requested to vote yea or nay or something, I would appreciate ample opportunity to review and read through it. Not that I'm going to legally find something that is incorrect, but I would like to make sure that what is on this document is something that I feel comfortable with and voting on.
Where did you get your packet, Commissioner?
This morning.
You got your packet this morning?
So that's the only thing that is concerning, and that's probably why I would say the hesitation is here, where you've got 12 sheets to read over, and you read over things, and as we've said before, it all depends on how you interpret it. So, in that case, I'll second that motion for Commissioner Talamantes.
I have a motion by Commissioner Talamantes and a second by Commissioner Jose Uranda. Any other discussion?
I'm just asking for clarification on the motion. Is the motion to table and refer to?
If you don't,
Yes.
if you don't mind.
So long as the minutes reflect county attorney and not legal, because I am not considered legal when I see it in the minutes. So I don't know what I'm asked to review. If it's legal, I'm assuming it's a private attorney and not me.
So for clarification, my motion was to motion to table to allow the county attorney to review the policy for legal advice.
I will do so.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? I'm going to oppose.
I do appreciate it.
.14, I am going to motion to table. We received an email from Mr. Coates that he was requesting for this item to be removed from the agenda, so either no action or table.
Motion to table?
I have a motion to table by Commissioner.
It would be no action, right?
That's what I said.
Okay, so motion.
No, it's just no action. 3.15, discussion and appropriate action to accept donation from Cypress Creek's Renewable for firefighting equipment, Dimmit County Fire Department. Mr. Torres asked for all his items to be tabled.
Motion to table.
I have a motion to table from Commissioner Uranda,
Second.
second by Commissioner Talamantes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.16, I will motion to table. Is there a second?
Second.
Who's second?
Either or.
I didn't.
Yeah, I was saying either or, we both did at the same time, but Commissioner was fine.
Commissioner Rubalcaba. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.17, discussion and appropriate action, approval to purchase two. Motion to table, excuse me. Second by Commissioner Rubalcaba. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.1, discussion, 3.18, excuse me, discussion and appropriate action, approval to approve Dimmit County Emergency Generator Service Agreement and proposal Average and Powers. How are you, sir?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
See you all again.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we haven't seen you in a while.
Oh, just long enough. Losing more hair now. Do you all have a copy of the proposed service agreement?
Our gym power service
Acton
contract.
Tower? Yes. Want to make sure if anybody needs another copy.
You need a copy, Commissioner? We need
I'll
one copy.
like-
You need one, Commissioner?
So I just put on this and trade it out. Thank you.
Commissioner Noguera.
So I know I'm looking at a contract for a generator, but does anybody want to explain to me a little bit more in depth on
So-
what this is for?
This is for all of the 8 emergency generators that Dimmit County has, your water stations, fire station, sheriff's department, radio tower, rodeo arena. So the service agreement, basically what we've been doing for the last 10 years is we come in and do all your annual maintenance, which is your engine maintenance, oil changes. We also perform your state-required annual load bank testing under the National Electrical Code. That's going to be a 2-hour resistive load bank on each generator with the exception of radio tower. The reason radio tower does not get load banked is because of the size of the unit. The actual building load size covers the state requirement, and also basically because that generator is not produced to be load banked, basically. However, all 7 generators do receive your required state-regulated load bank test. Again, that'll be in October. After that, it's basically a quarterly inspection where we come out, we inspect the units to make sure they're working. We perform simulated power outages to make sure the systems are functioning properly. The difference this year and what your contract has been for the last 10 years, not only with me, but before with Austin Generator Service when I was with Austin Generator. A few key differences this year. We're starting to include complete cooling services on some of your generators. This year, they're going to be performed at the Catarina water system and the Brundage water system. These cooling services are recommended by the manufacturer to be performed every 5 years. All of your generators are now 10 years old. So a little bit overdue, but they're going to be getting done. We're going to start stretching them out over the next 3 years to complete all the Dimmit County generators. So.
Can you explain cooling services a little bit more in depth for me?
Yes, so basically, just like in a vehicle, that's going to be like a cooling system
Antifreeze?
flush.
Like antifreeze?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll be engine coolant. So it's going to be a replacement, as it's stated, I believe, in the service. That's going to be a replacement of all your hoses. We replace factory clamps with crimp-tight clamps, belts, heaters, basically everything involved in that entire cooling system.
And you said that all our units were 10 years old, and they were recommending for it to be done every 5 years?
I think the only unit that's less than 10 years old is fire station, and they'll be 10 years old next year. Sheriff's Department is pushing 20 years old. Courthouse is 11. Yes, all of your emergency generators are now at the 10-year mark.
And, Matt,
Go ahead.
and Commissioner, just to add to that, with the age of these generators, one of the things that has kept them going and in proper working condition is
Maintenance.
actually when he performs preventive maintenance operations on this equipment to make sure that they're ready to activate upon a request. I think recently we had a situation here at this building where the the electricity went completely off. The generator kicked on immediately and provided electricity for the whole building. I think that was sometime last week or
It
so.
was about 2 or 3 weeks
2
ago,
or
I
3
believe.
weeks ago?
Yes, sir.
It was right, yeah.
And this contract, the service contract, is there anything that's in place that says as well as like if a generator doesn't kick back on, do you do service calls?
Yes, we do emergency. Part of this contract and why there is a contract is because that ensures that I do show up, that I will be here. We are based out of Cotula. So at any given time, I'm either Cotula or Bandera. But yeah, we basically have a maximum 4-hour response time if there is an emergency. I think Commissioner, and you can attest to this as well, just a few months ago, we actually had one at the rodeo arena where an actual computer component blew up inside of the transfer switch. We responded on site, we were on site within 2 hours. We had that generator and that system up and running by noon that day. So that is something that we do. For most of your generator systems, like your Generac and Kohler, we are Generac and Kohler dealer. So we tend to carry a lot of those parts in stock and on the shelf. Again, that is the majority of most of your units here in Dimmit County.
My last question was, let's just say for argument's sake that something were to happen, and since we have a yearly maintenance review, is there any added insurance that's on here to say that you cover a unit or anything like that due to, like if it fails or it goes down? Do you cover any of the generators for any period of time?
As far as, how do you mean?
Like an extra added insurance that just covers the cost to replace it if there was something to go down?
No, because at this, we wouldn't be, if there was a problem with your generator to replace it, that's gonna be a replacement cost.
And because in certain service contracts, like let's just for say for argument's sake, for like an AC service contract, usually if you get a service contract with them, they give you like a credit for a certain amount. If
Right.
let's just say like a generator were to go down, since you paid and you've been maintaining it for so long, then you're able to get a credit for like 25,000 or something that goes towards that.
Correct.
Because there's been a history of keeping the contract in place.
Correct. Unfortunately, all your generators are now out of warranty, and so that is not, if your generator was brand new, with Generac, you would have a 2-year warranty period. You could pay extra for a 5-year or a 10-year warranty period. However, Dimmit County, when they purchased their generators through Waukesha Pierce and also Generator Service, did not purchase any extended warranties.
That's fine.
I'm gonna ask, I hate to waste your time, but I'm gonna
Ask for us to table this item so that we can have our county attorney review
No
the
problem.
contract.
Couple other things I also wanted to mention that are different from what we've done in the past. As far as battery replacements, we are now, Agrigent Power will now be providing the battery, and basically that's because of the logistics thing. Over the last 3 years, what has happened is we've had to make several return trips, whether it be because of availability of the part or waiting for certain things. So there's been several instances where we have to make several return trips to replace batteries. So the reason we're including the batteries in your contract now is so that when I send a technician out here to perform your annual service, he already has everything he needs. It's on the truck, it's ready to go. This year, through this contract period, the only 2 generators requiring battery replacements are going to be the Catarina water system and radio tower.
Catarina water tower?
Yes. Radio tower. Those will be the only 2 generators that require battery replacements again during this contract period.
Thank you.
And the final change that I've made compared to what y'all have had in the last 10 years is, for some reason, when this contract was set up with Austin Generator Service, it was set up that Dimmit County would prepay this contract up front in full. That is no longer a thing. Your invoicing, you basically won't be invoiced until after that service has been completed on each generator. Each generator will be invoiced individually, and those invoices sent to the proper jurisdiction. So again, we're just moving away from that prepaid thing. There's no reason for it. We're still an emergency service for y'all. We're just trying to make it better to work all the way around for both parties.
Thank you.
Your Honor, there's no need to table this one. Commissioner Odena extended me the courtesy of bringing me a copy last week. I've reviewed it. He's correct, and they'll be sending us invoices so long as they understand the process. We got those, get a PO approved, paid approved with Mrs. Ford, then payment sent out by the auditor, not intending not to pay. Sometimes it gets delayed.
No, and that's not a problem. I have, I don't have any terms as far as it needing to be paid within a certain amount of time. I've worked with Dimmit County, like I said, I think this is going to be my 11th year working with y'all. I've had a great relationship with y'all, by all means, and we want to continue that relationship. We just want to make things work better for both parties.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gonzalez, but I'd like to have the opportunity to review it as well and to sit down with him, some questions that I have. And it supposes that Commissioner Talamantes still has questions as well.
I was going to ask Mr. Gonzalez just for clarification, if he said that he had, that Mr.
He
Commissioner
did,
Odena had,
but I'd like also would like to have an opportunity, I think, as a chief budget officer, to be fully approved feels that we're doing the right thing. So I'm going to motion to table it. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge, appreciate it.
3.19, discussion and appropriate action. Thank you, Commissioner Talamantes. Approval of interlocal agreement between the Regional Public Defender Office, Local Government Corporation, and Dimmit County for FY 2026-2027. Mr. Pereira.
26, 27, 25, 26.
It
I
should.
can't hear you, sir.
But
It says 26, 27, Mr. Pereira, on the Regional Public Defender letterhead that they submitted to us.
but this is,
It's off.
can you hear me? But this is for the Tri-County, which is supposed to be.
It is for the Tri-County.
For this year, so it's supposed to start October 1.
This is October 1 and expires October 30th, 26, and it will automatically renew on October 1st,
Oh, okay.
2026, and expire on the 2027.
So this is the Tri-County, and that was one of the changes we have for today. And what it is they will, right now, the district judges and the county judge are having to have court-appointed attorneys, and they're selecting them. This would basically take the place of that. And what we've done is we've taken the allocation that was in for the attorneys, and part of it, we put it into the regional plan. And for the first year for Dimmit County, it would require us to give $51,000 allocation for the regional indigent defense office. And this will, they will take care of basically all the attorneys for us. I think at this point it's still contingent on Maverick County approving it. Maverick County had a few concerns, but this is supposed to take off on October 1. One of the things that they were looking at is that
Wasn't Maverick County the county that applied for it?
yes, but when they came down to it, they were going to be paying 75% of the whole allocation for the Tri-County.
You'd
But
think they would just
indigent-
because
but
they're a
they
bigger
said-
county.
But they were going to give the majority of that. But at this point, they still haven't done it. And so the county judge is waiting for that notification on how much they're going to be allocating for Maverick County to have to pay.
So you said that was 50,280 that Dimmit County was having to contribute. What percentage is that?
That is 15%.
15? And what is?
10% was Zavala County and 75% was Maverick.
So Maverick is still waiting.
Yeah, so. Yeah, they were going to have to pay something like $175,000. And the deal was that between all three courts, they don't pay that much to the court-appointed attorneys. And so that's why the indigent defense was going to contribute the majority of that monies to Maverick County.
So even if we approve it today for the 15%, there's nothing still to say that Maverick County is going to agree to the 75%, so the percentage can increase.
Well, all three counties need to participate in order for this to work.
If Maverick County chooses not to participate, then nobody participates. But we have been allocated the 15%, that's what our part is. And you have to understand, obviously Maverick County is a bigger county than us. I mean, I don't know if you just saw that the Senate passed for them to have their own county court at law. Apparently it, rendered for them with the caseload that they have over there. So that's why it's 75% that they have to pay. And from my distinct understanding, Maverick County is the one that applied for this grant, for this public defender's grant, and it was approved. But I now hearing from Mr. Pereira that they, I guess, realize that they're going to have to pay much more than they anticipated. So I'm not sure if their commissioner's court is going to approve.
But in discussions with the indigent defense, they are going to pay, they're looking to fund the majority of that 75%. but it hasn't been finalized, and so that's what they're waiting for. But this is supposed to take place October 1. Now, we're looking at transition in there, so we have allotted some monies to the district judges and the county judge for court-appointed attorneys.
Are we gonna save money from what we paid for the court-appointed attorneys, or are we paying a little bit more?
No, we're actually gonna pay less
We're gonna pay less.
when it's finally implemented.
She's asking in terms of, do we pay more now for court-appointed attorneys than we were if we were to go with this?
We
Right.
pay more now than if we go with this system.
Excuse me?
We pay more now than when we go
So
with
you're
this.
saving money by doing it like this?
Yes. But the thing is that the biggest problem is they're having problems finding attorneys in the district, in the courts. And this is hopefully will resolve that problem.
And this is just for criminal cases. It's not for civil cases, no, for
Not
civil cases in regards to if a judge appoints attorneys for CPS cases, we still have to pay for that. That's completely separate. This is just for criminal cases. So we're still gonna have to pay professional services for your CPS cases, your guardian ad litems, attorney ad litems. Sometimes we have to appoint attorneys that would be completely different than your criminal cases.
But taking all that still in consideration, that it's only criminal cases that it's gonna be able to cover, we're still paying less.
Yes.
Just criminal cases, and
Just
we're still
criminal
gonna pay
cases.
less.
I think this is more for purposes of having a group of attorneys through the public defender's office so that the judges can be able to appoint, because we are having a difficult time in finding attorneys to be appointed for cases, at least here in Dimmit County, I know.
I think in the whole Tri-County region. And that was the main purpose of this grant.
And on the list, on the loop, what are you talking about?
You know how electricians and plumbers, they work together, and they take on jobs in order, and it's an organization that they have that allows them to like fight for fair wages and stuff like that. What
A
is
union?
that called?
A union?
A union. This is what it's like proposing, like a
No,
union
it's
of
not
attorneys?
no, it's not a union. This is the public defender's office, and the public defender's office is a group of attorneys licensed in the state of Texas that go and represent indigent defendants that cannot afford an attorney, that the courts have reviewed their application for indigent defense, and if they qualify, then the court appoints them an attorney to represent them in the criminal matter. And there's a list where the judges will get a list of the people that are in the public defender's office, or will appoint an attorney from the public defender's office to represent that individual. Right now, in the court system, there's a list of attorneys for Judge Abascal, for Judge Flores, for my court, and we go down that list and take turns appointing attorneys to those individuals. But what's happening right now is we're having a really hard time, people wanting to be put on that list to take on criminal
That's
cases.
what I'm asking. So like if we do this and there is a list, these attorneys that are listed on this list, like if they agree to go on board with being paid with this, we're gonna have somebody regardless, because there's a line that each
So the
attorney's
public-
like the attorney's not gonna have the say so whether to take the case or not.
No, because the public defender's office is in contract with the counties, 3 counties, tri-counties, so that they are agreeing that they're going to provide services to the courts. So if they appoint somebody from the public defender's office, they have to do the case unless something comes up, if there's a conflict of interest or something happens or an issue arises that they have to withdraw as the defense attorney, then withdraw, it'll be up to the judge to grant the withdrawal, but this public defender's office is an office of attorneys that get appointed to these cases.
So even if Montgomery County accepts the grant, we still have to pay that 15%?
Yes, we have to pay 15%. Some of
And
that we
if they
pay.
decide not to, we still?
No. No, because this grant, this public defender's grant has to be approved by all 3 counties because it's a grant that Maverick County applied for that requires all 3 counties to collectively participate in it. And if we do not, or we have one that does not want to participate, then we cannot.
They just grant.
Exactly. It just falls apart.
It's no longer a trap fund.
Yeah. It's no longer not.
But I think the Indigent Defense Office, agency is really wanting to have this happen. And I think they're trying to work with Maverick County to get this through. So I think it probably will go through.
Motion.
I have a motion by Commissioner Odena,
Second.
second by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. Other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.2, discussion and appropriate action. Discussion and potential action may occur pursuant to Chapter 312 of the Texas Tax Code, Chapter 381 of the Texas Local Government Code, and other authority regarding the modified tax abatement and economic development agreement dated December 23rd, 2020, executed by and between Dimmit County and Shake Solar LLC Company regarding the company's solar powered electricity facility with related improvements containing 1,969.749 acres more or less located and operated in the unincorporated area of said county and all related matters. At this time, the time is 11:08, and I will be going into executive session as this is a item as per the Government Code Open Meetings Act that it is pending legal matters. So I am going to go into executive session at 11:08. 7, we're back on the record. No action. Item number 3.20. 3.21, discussion and appropriate action approved for Chief Deputy District Clerk Dora Valderas and Deputy Clerk Aleda Garcia to attend the 2025 LGS Users Conference November 19th through the 21st.
Second.
Any questions? I have a motion by Commissioner Noguera and a second by Commissioner Talamantes. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. 3.22, discussion and appropriate action approval for County Attorney Daniel Gonzalez and County Investigator Gazan Gonzalez to attend the TDCA Criminal and Civil Law Update, Legislative Update, September 23rd, 25th in Round Rock, Texas.
So move.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona, a second by Commissioner Talamantes. Are there any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.23, discussion and appropriate action, approval to accept signed donation from Iron Oak Energy Solutions. Iron Oak, Ms. McDaniel, it's supposed to reflect Iron Oak, O-A-K, not O-A-D.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Duvalcama and a second by Commissioner Talamantes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.24, discussion and appropriate action, approval to purchase a storage shed for Road and Bridge 3 and 6 office.
Judge, this one was supposed to be tabled. It was sent in by accident. I had left it on my desk. And my secretary sent it.
Motion to table.
Motion to table by Commissioner Alonso Carmona,
Second.
second by Commissioner Duvalcama. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.25, discussion and appropriate action, approval to contract new vendor Comfort Tech to service AC units at Alanis Park.
Comfort Tech is not,
Who come from?
are they local?
Yes. So Comfort Tech is a different contractor than, Comfort Tech is different than Full Comfort. We technically currently have a contract with Full Comfort for the ACs, but we also utilize trade in some situations. The reason that I'm wanting to go with Comfort Tech is because the detail of cleaning that the AC is gonna undergo. So, they're gonna pull out completely the AC unit from the outlet news field and deep clean it, outside of, its hardwired like position. So he's gonna completely pull it, make sure that it's clean. There are issues with it.
Commissioner, this is just a one-time service?
Yes, yes.
It's not to contract with them
No,
on a
I just
long-term
want for them to
basis?
do it just because of the level of the job that it is. They're gonna pull that complete AC unit out, and then it also has added insurance, so like, they have to restore it back to its, working condition.
However, once we establish them as a vendor, we can use them, reuse them if
Yes,
necessary.
yes, if necessary.
Motion.
Motion by Commissioner Odena,
Second.
second by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.26, discussion and appropriate action, approval to reinstate brush pickup on the third week of the month.
So the judge, this one is just more formality as well. I've received numerous calls to my office, and most of it is because the schedule for brush pickup, I haven't had a set schedule, I just been trying to keep up with it. I did speak with...
Are you asking to brush pickup for you to take the brush to the city or to the county, or what are you?
So I'm just reinstating that precinct 3 and 6 will take the third week of the month, because what I was saying was that whenever I did place it as an agenda item, I did speak to Commissioner Dubucabra, because we are going to be taking the brush to the county landfill once the mulcher is purchased. So this is just to solidify that we're going to stay with the third week of the month. As of right now, until the mulcher does come in place, I'll still be picking up on the third week of the month and shredding it as we normally been doing it. But then, of course, once Commissioner Dubucabra gets the facility up and going, she also said that she was going to keep it the same, which is going to be the third week. So this is just formality for the minutes.
So you don't need an action, it's just informational
Yes.
to advise your constituents.
Yes, ma'am.
No action, Ms. McDaniel, is an informational item. 3.27, discussion and appropriate action, approval to allow the senior class of 2026 to utilize the arena for senior breakfast May 29, 2026. Are you asking for a discount, or what are you asking for?
Yes, ma'am. Last year, the graduating class was able to book the arena at a $50 rate. So I'm just asking for the same for this year's graduating class.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona to authorize the approval of the senior class to utilize the senior breakfast at a rate of $50. I have a second by Commissioner Odena. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.28, is that an informational item as well, Commissioner?
Yes, but I did want to give you visual.
I understand that, but it's not an action item. It's just a,
Yes.
you're asking to notify the court, so I suppose it's an informational item?
Yes, I was gone in training, and so I had left everything on, and I didn't realize that our agendas had to be turned in on Friday because we got the email late.
Mhm.
So some stuff just kind of came in without me being there. But yes, it's just information as well, and if y'all guys would like to see photographs of it. But yes, for the motor grader, we were contacted by Commissioner Urenda after Commissioner support last time, where it was questions of where it could be. And so it was returned back to our precinct, and I just wanted to notify the court of that if you would like. I also have a USB hard drive of the photos if you'd like to see them, or the court would like to see it. I know that we're all questioning what a T-Rex looked like, so just if you would like to see.
Thank you,
No.
Commissioner Talamontes. 3.29, discussion and appropriate action to approve the mantis for precinct 3.
Okay, for the manifest, there was a price discrepancy. If you look on the backup, it's the price change.
So it went from 355,000 to 415,000?
Yes, ma'am.
And why was there an increase?
because whenever we turned it in, I still selected the one that had the trade-in amount. Remember, he gave me a few minutes to go get it, and they still sent me both of them. And I selected the wrong one. So I just brought it back for clarification, so that way there was no discrepancies and the correct backup was provided before purchasing.
So the correct number that should be reflected of cost to the county is $415,582.95.
Yes, ma'am, and that was gonna be pulled from my CEOs. And again, the reason that we weren't wanting to do the trade-in, because it was a pretty low amount for the equipment that we had.
So the other one that you were going to trade in, does it still work?
Yeah, I had offered Commissioner Noguera because she has an older one than what I have. So I had offered her, she wanted to take that one, we could do that as well. Of course, I'm gonna catch up on some stuff, but for the most part, she has a really good titer because it's the older kind, so they last really, really good. But she can still benefit because the rest of us have similar machines and she'd be the only one that doesn't have anything that's similar. So I'll trade it to her inventory. If she wants it. Which I'm pretty sure she's not included.
Other questions?
Motion. Need a motion?
I need to entertain a motion to approve the purchase of a mantis for precinct 3 at the corrected price.
So moved.
Excuse me?
Mantis is a brand.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
that's, I'm saying it on the record as it was put on the, on her request,
It's
Commissioner.
actually, it's an armchair, right?
It's kind of like a 3-in-1, Commissioner. I wish I would have brought
Kind of
the,
like mine.
yes,
Yeah, like,
but I have all the attachments already included.
it's a crawling arm shredder that you can shred, mulch, and, drag.
Just make sure you put that on the next agenda, the description, because he says mantis is just a brand.
Yeah, Mantis is a brand, Tiger's a brand, Kubota's a brand.
He's right, because we all have similar machines, but each one of us have a different brand of
Correct.
that similar machine.
Second. You made the motion?
Yes, sir. It's a praying mantis.
A prairie mantis is an animal,
Oh, sorry.
Commissioner Carmona.
What it is,
So
process.
now we got a pair for the T-Rex. Now we got a mantis.
I have a motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona and a second by Commissioner Talamantes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition?
Judge, on the description sent from the vendor, it's new mantis primal.
Thank you, Commissioner. This should reflect new mantis prime mower.
Praying.
P-R-I-M, no E, according to the document. We can ask our encyclopedias who are left over there, he can spell it for you.
Since I've been in third grade, I spell it with an E. So,
Thank you, Commissioner Lugo. Three point three, discussion and appropriate action informing the court of IT-sensitive issues regarding Dimmit County payment portals. Commissioner, I know you put on here in parentheses executive session, but
Mr. Javi, the IT technician, submitted his own agenda items.
okay, so just for the record, it does not qualify under the Open Meetings Act as an executive session item because it's not a litigation matter or personnel matter, so I'm not sure.
I'm not too sure, and I understand where you're getting with that. I know that when I went to IT conference, they had said that there was a certain law that was going to go into effect that would allow us to go into executive session when regarding anything IT, cybersecurity related. I don't think, I did look for it when we went to the legislation, and I did not see it on there. So the information that is going to be said, again, it is his agenda item. He has prepared his 3 agenda items. They are pretty sensitive to the court. If you like, we can table it to see how we can get around it. But I wouldn't recommend going forward in open session and discussing some of the concerns that he has regarding that matter?
If you want, Mr. Castaneda, if you find any case law or any legislative updates that reflect that the law changed, but as per the Open Meeting Act pursuant to the Government Code, these items don't fall under the exceptions to the executive session. So if you can find that for me, I'll be more than happy to put them in. I understand that they may be sensitive subjects, but I have to follow the law in regards to the Open Meetings Act. And because those are not items that fall under the executive session exemption, I can't just go into executive session for those items.
I guess we'll look into it just to make sure.
You want to go into the table?
Correct.
Give me 1 second. Let me, can I, a motion for a 15-minute recess to see if we're able to work around this? Or a 10-minute? Just give me a minute.
If you find the law.
No, and I'm telling you, I looked for it even when we went to legislation. I was looking for it because we did see it in training, and I didn't even see it in legislation when we went for classroom diversity during class, and I couldn't see it. But let me see if I can present this without releasing.
I see what you're saying. We'll take a 10-minute recess.
Yeah.
Once again, go into executive session for 3.30, 3.31, and 3.32. And the time is 1:04. There is no action for items 3.30, 3.31, and 3.32. 3.33, discussion and appropriate action, budget hearing on proposed budget 2025-2026. We have Mr. Pereira submitted to the court some additional additions to the proposed budget that are forthwith before you, that he turned in, and that is I understand, but I understand. I'm just adding this to the proposed budget. The proposed budget reflects an addition to the proposed budget that was filed to include the county attorney's office, the data processing, which is the LGS system, the constables 1, 2, 3, and 4 for the ticket writer, constable 4 to include fuel, and sheriff's office to include ticket writer, and then the tri-counties monies for the public defender's office for the 293rd district judges and the 365th district judge that was moved from professional to the tri-county public defender's office. Those are added items.
But it's in relation to the line item that we're on right now for the approval budget?
No, we're not on approval of budget,
Budget
Commissioner.
hearing and proposal budget.
We're on the budget hearing on proposed budget. That's 3.33. And so just wanted to indicate to the court that these were additions that Mr. Pereira presented to myself, that I am in agreement to submit to this court on the proposed budget to add them to the proposed budget.
Because it was filed and you added it.
And we're adding these items that,
After it was filed.
correct.
On the ticket writers, for the sheriff and the constables, I'm seeing like a double amount. Is this for the data and software? Is this for the ticket writer itself?
No, this is for the ticket writer system. It's for everything that's going to entail for them to be able to write the tickets.
It's just because I recall having a conversation with you that we said that we were going to try to get it covered by federal grants. It's just plan B, just in case that doesn't fall through?
Correct.
Okay.
This is so that we can allocate funds in the case that we're not allowed to get it through the grant that we're applying for.
Judge, is this also discussion on the budget itself?
Yes, sir.
I know
For questions that you may have regarding the proposed budget.
on, I noticed that on on the tax office, we didn't give her full-time, but yet we were gonna add some more for her part-time, being that, she wasn't gonna have the personnel that she requested. But we only went up 3,000 when we, and if I'm not mistaken, we had done an increase of,
It should have been an increase of 13,000.
there's only 3 from what I saw.
It should have been increased to 36,240, and it was increased to 21,240.
And that might have been a typo, I guess, on Mr. Pereira's office on his behalf. Mr. Pereira's office puts these numbers together in this packet that you're receiving, but my distinct recollection is that we had approved additional funds for the tax assessor for part-time to reflect an increase of 13,000 for additional part-time. So if it was an increase of 3, maybe perhaps they forgot to put the 1 before the 3. It's the only explanation that I have, unless
So it's 13 instead of 3.
it should be 13,000.
Just for clarification, is this the point that we're questioning, or are we waiting for the next line item?
It's the 13,000, it's increased by more, it's 36,240, so.
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
I'm still confused. Are we discussing the discrepancies that we see in the budget right now, or
Yes.
will we do it on the next line item?
No,
It's right now.
Right now.
Okay.
Hold on, what were you saying, Commissioner Noguera?
It was 36,240, so it's more than 13,000.
And we're talking about the tax assessor collector right now, right?
Yes.
The notes I have says it was increasing 13,000.
I didn't attend the meeting,
Yes, ma'am.
so when I got my book, I went back to the 2 days of the videos, and I looked at the video, and on 22.38, it was, you said, Judge, that you were gonna double the funding from 18,120 to 36,240.
So that's double.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're taking 18,120 times 2?
Yes.
Correct.
Page 7 on your budget.
Hold on, Commissioner. It should reflect 36,240, Mr. Pereira.
On part-time?
Yes.
I had a question. The salary that's covered for this individual, is it all covered through the county, or is there any state supplements that get included?
What are you talking about?
For the tax assessor? Is her salary covered? The salary that's right here, is it covered?
What salary are you talking about,
The elected
Commissioner?
official's salary.
That's the salary that was approved by the county already.
Yeah, but I was just asking, is it just this, what the county is contributing to her salary?
There's no state contribution.
There, I mean, that's what I was asking,
No.
if there was any state contributions to her.
Not for the tax assessor, no.
How many entities does she cover? Like 6?
She assists in disseminating the taxes for the other entities.
It's a total of 7.
7?
For the county, yes.
Thank you, Sandoval.
Next item.
Judge, you want to start with page 7?
Mhm.
I know your raise, your 5% was given to Ms. Marisela Gonzalez,
That's correct.
and you weren't getting any raise from the juvenile board. I noticed there's an increase of $800.
It should reflect the same, I didn't ask for any increase. It should reflect the same 16, Commissioner.
Okay, and then on Commissioner Precinct 3,
Yes, ma'am.
her increase, there's no increase. Her amount was left the same. I thought you all had agreed on 61,381.
For precinct, no, you're looking at it wrong. That's Commissioner Alonso Carmona. Commissioner Alonso Carmona also forewent his 5% raise. So that's why you see it. But Commissioner Talamantes did get the increase to have it the same as all of you guys, with the exception of Commissioner Carmona.
Okay, I have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
On personnel,
Yes, ma'am.
budgeted from 2024 to 25, it was 205,000, and it increased to 245,000.
That's the $1.50 raise, Commissioner. Whatever number Mr. Pereira put, it's a $1.50 raise.
How many personnel line items do you have in this line item, Judge?
Let's see.
That is the number of employees, 6.
6?
All the personnel line items, Commissioner Noguera, for all the departments should reflect a $1.50 raise.
On this one, Judge, the only question that I had on page 7 was the training and education seminar. So we budgeted for $75,000, but in the last 7 months, we spent $61,708. I know that you said that you take into consideration while collecting the...
We budgeted
the
$45,000, not $75,000.
I know, but we spent $61,780, and you budgeted $45,000. So we spent more this past year, and you're still budgeting for a lower amount. My question to the court was, were we gonna keep all of our trainings in here? Were we gonna separate it, or are we gonna leave it at the 45? Because remember, you're taking into consideration that in this line item for training and seminars, you're not only including the commissioner's court, but you're also including the court staff, the judges' personnel as well. So if we're gonna separate it, we can do something just for the commissioners and the judges, if that simplifies it, and then have another one for employees, or...
I don't think that simplifies it. I think the most simple way to do it is if we need to increase it, just to add the additional funding instead of breaking it down to different line items for purposes of Mr. Pereira's office. So if you don't think that 45,000 is sufficient, then
I think that it's more important, yes, I do believe that it maybe needs to be increased, but I think that it's more important to gain control of our travels, to try to get a more better ball figure part of what is needed and what is not, because I feel like even this year, I benefited so much from traveling, and I'm not saying that the county doesn't need anybody to travel for training. I'm just saying, as of right now, the way that it is set up, we don't have accurate control over it to keep track of it. So I think that commissioners' court and judges needs to have a separate travel, and then her staff have a different one, because then it does take from one of us if we want to attain a training later on, we're not able to because funding, or we have to do a budget amendment.
I can give you a monthly breakdown for commissioners, staff, or...
Does anybody else have any opinions on this?
Do you have a breakdown? Or you agree real quick?
yeah, you can get a breakdown.
So you don't have one right now?
I don't have any.
Because then you would agree that still, if we spent $61,708, $45,000 isn't going to do much for this whole court plus staff this coming up year.
I think also, Commissioner, if you look at the history of this past year, we had a lot more trainings in which more commissioners and the judges attended that normally in the past we hadn't attended. So I think that as that number, the 61,000 also reflects the fact that we had more training than usual. Because as you can see in the past, it was 39,000 that we spent. And if you look at the numbers, I think that it just reflects that there was more. I know that we attended, one of the trainings we attended was with Commissioner Carmona to Austin for the fire. And that's one that I know we've never ever attended as a whole. Normally Commissioner Carmona would go by himself, which I thought was a really great training. Thank you for inviting us.
There was the emergency management
Yes,
for all elected.
so I think that the number reflects more training than usual. I'll just, at this point, I'll recommend to the court that we respectfully increase that number to 55,000, if that appease the court.
And so I'm still stuck with it not giving me the extra added security to make sure that we're not wastefully wasting these funds. And since we don't need Commissioner's Court approval to travel, and that was never clarified to me, do we need Commissioner's Court approval, do we not need Commissioner's Court approval? That's why I'm still stuck in the sentiment that if it is going to be one account, then those 5 people need to stay on that one account, so that way we can be held accountable for the funds that is there. Now, if we start to add in employees and staff from not just your office, but from my office or any other office, and you can have a change out of employees and have to send one to a training. And by all means, in ordering for your office to operate, if you lose a court coordinator, I would anticipate that you have to send your next replacement to make sure that they get that training. So I think that to me, it's most important not to increase it, but to make sure that we remain accountable for the money that's there and that it's only allocated to certain individuals. So I would think to leave it at the 45 and either add an additional line item for your employees that want to do the trainings. That way it just helps us keep accountability of everybody that's in there. We're not going to end up in the same situation that we were this year, asking who went where, what when.
Commissioner, my understanding that we're still required to run the Commissioner's Court.
It's not a law that we have to run it through Commissioner's Court. I think we've already discussed, it's just a policy that we've incorporated, but it's not law that it mandates for it to come through Commissioner's Court. It's just a policy that Dimmit County likes to do. I implore you to check out other counties.
No,
It's just
to our constituents so that they know how we're spending their money.
It's just
And I think that kind of corresponds to what I'm trying to say, Commissioner Miranda, is that I want to be able to make sure that the money that we have, that we can sit up here as a court to justify. Like if somebody were to come up and say, what did y'all guys spend $61,000 on training this year? I want to be able to comfortably say up here that the training was used for this court up here, rather than us having to say, well, I don't know how many got sent over here, I don't know how many got sent over here, and us not having an accurate gauge of what each office is needing. So again, based on the answer that I just got right now, do we need Commissioner's Court approval? Do we not need Commissioner's Court approval? I feel that for my clarification.
for transparency.
Yeah, for transparency, I feel that it needs to be separated, so keep commissioners and judges together, and then add a line item for your personnel and your staff to train, but they shouldn't be dipping into these funds right here. So that is, if we're not going to separate it per commissioner, which that may take more work and we're already at the end of it, I feel that a separate line item needs to be added for her employees' training, and it could be corresponding to the same amount that we receive for ours. So how much is it that we receive on our training for our employees? It's like 2,000, 3,000? I mean, if you want to raise it above 1,500, that's whatever you propose that your staff would need. I would just appreciate it if you considered separating that, so that way we can remain accountable for the funds that is there.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question. On the personnel, you said there was 6 employees or 7? 6 employees? So the increase is $40,000. I have 9 employees in sanitation, and it was increased by $30,000.
You thought it was all right enough?
That means those 6 employees that would be making more money.
He has an
Yes, ma'am.
With 6 employees,
It was supposed to be $1.50, correct? I don't know, whatever, $1.50. Mr. Pereira is the one that inputted those numbers. I didn't, to be honest. Whatever $1.50 is.
so you're saying that the 6 employees that are listed in this are the top sheet of employees list that you have right here, Mr. B?
Yes.
We're not counting part-time?
No, it's just the full-time.
Okay, so asking the court to consider.
Mr. Pereira, $1.50 translates into what a year?
3,120.
3,120?
The code for the full-time is 28.
If I may, the 205,000 that's on the budget doesn't include the extra jail maintenance that was added this past year. I believe it was just a typo. So if you add the salary of the missing jail maintenance to that 205, the difference of that is the raises for the 6 employees.
So that position received the raise even if that was a vacant position?
The way it's calculated right now, yes.
But that reflects a $1.50 raise, right, for the other 6?
Correct. Well, no, the 6 including the missing jail maintenance from the 205.
No, but I'm saying everybody else got a $1.50 raise. Like, nobody got more than a $1.50.
In your department? or-
Yeah.
In your department? No.
Okay.
Everybody got double.
Judge,
I just want to make sure.
Thank you for the explanation of the extra $30,000.
Thank you.
Yes, it's 32,842. Judge, will you please, why do you have jailhouse maintenance?
The what?
Why do you have jailhouse maintenance?
I inherited that, Commissioner.
It's
From
2 positions?
Yeah, from the previous county judge. I just inherited.
I
one.
passed it over.
You passed it to me? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. It used to be Commissioner, oh yeah, it was Commissioner Carmona. It got transferred to me. You're right, Commissioner. Thank you for clarifying.
I feel that jailhouse maintenance should be moved to the sheriff's office.
To the sheriff?
Yes. If it's 2 line employees for jailhouse maintenance and he's at the jail, who do these, well, there's a vacant position, but this employee, who do they report to?
To my office.
Daily?
No, he reports to the sheriff's office daily.
So then why is he under the sheriff's office?
I just said it got transferred. I inherited. I don't know why that was the way that the previous administrator had it. That's just
Sure.
how it was before. I think in the past, sheriff used to have one. If I'm not mistaken, Sheriff Boyd. He used to have a maintenance, right? A sheriff. It used to be under Sheriff Boyd before. And I don't know, somehow in the transition, it went over to Commissioner Carmona. And then Commissioner Carmona transferred it to me.
Would it be beneficial for jailhouse maintenance to be under your direction? Since you're he's clocking in with you every day and performing the duties at the jail?
On that one, I mean, to keep track of, yeah, but it's, like I said, I don't know when it was transferred to the judge's office.
I just feel like for effective and efficiency reasons that it's for jailhouse, it needs to go back to the sheriff's office. So then I would like for the court to consider to move both of those line item employees back to the sheriff's office, just because for effective and efficiency reasons. I mean, if it's jailhouse maintenance, I think that it should be in the jailhouse line item of budget to be accounting for those individuals there.
I think that's where he's at, about 80% of his time.
Well, because that's what I'm saying, I'm just looking right now on the thing, and it says here, and they're saying that it's 2 of them.
There's one employee right now, but there's.
Yes, but there's a vacant, and these both employees, I mean, you're coming in at,
When he goes to work, Sheriff, he goes straight to the sheriff's office?
That's right.
And who signs this time sheet?
He's clocking in.
With me, Commissioner Odena, I just said that he reports to me.
I know what you said.
it's about $109,900 for those 2 employees. I think it needs to go.
I have no problem it being transferred to the sheriff, honestly.
I appreciate it.
I really don't. I mean, they're gonna report to him. I have no problem with it
No.
being transferred to him.
I'm glad that we agreed on it because I was thinking like, looking at it, if it's saying jailhouse, it needs to go to the jails that way. I mean, I don't know how it's working for you to have a jailhouse maintenance that isn't under your command. So again, I would like to ask the court to consider to move those two line employee items to the jailhouse budget, please.
But if you're making the recommendation, the judge agreed.
Well, yeah, but I'll get my comments to myself. So then jailhouse maintenance.
I have no problem, Mr. Pereira, if you want to transfer those two line items to the sheriff.
And that also is going to affect the raise, correct?
No, the raises stay the same, it's
$1.
$1. Those stay the same.
But it'll,
It would lower.
affect the total amount. because-
Well, of course, because it's not gonna be there no more.
Well, that's what I was asking. I wanted to know like the actual numbers so I can write it down.
Oh, they just,
How much? 109?
two salaries.
The two salaries will get moved to the sheriff's department.
So for the training and education, are we gonna add a second line item for the, your, staff?
I would just recommend to increase the amount for them, for the staff, and like I said, in abundance of transparency when we bring them before the court for their trainings and where they're going, like any of the other departments. You guys can see where they're going and what the trainings consist of. And you're always more than welcome to have Mr. Pereira give you a breakdown of those trainings.
I just don't feel like that is accommodating for the PRC in the future. Again, does anybody else have any?
Commissioner, I think I mean, the way the judge just stated, regardless of the amount, if it's still gonna come to Commissioner's Court, and as a court, we don't feel that it's properly justified, we don't have to approve it.
I agree.
I just felt like with the sentiments, or like when we did the 911 training and then it was snuck into the claim docket, I'm trying to avoid that.
We've had this discussion with Mr. Pereira as an auditor, and I think it's been cleared before. Is that correct, Mr. Pereira? That if it's not approved by Commissioner's Court, it doesn't get processed.
I can respect the fact of the court if they don't feel that it's as important to do it as I do, and we can move on for it. It was just voicing my concerns on that because I did want to make sure that if you're holding me accountable for traveling, I wanted to be able to safely and comfortably sit up here and say that, yes, I knew what way it went towards, and I wouldn't have to guess of how many other employees had access to that line item as well. But again, I can respect the court's decision to not share that same sentiment with me.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Other questions?
Judge,
Yes, ma'am.
page 9 on the veterans,
Yes, ma'am.
is this the veteran that we have, or is this the additional veteran?
The additional veteran. I'm hoping, Commissioner, hopefully I can get with you to see whenever we can get an office, either at the Petrie or Ms. Maribel's office. But this position is the one that we had approved last year, Commissioner, to get an actual part-time veteran that would be here.
That's the reason why I'm asking, because I noticed that there's
$800.
$800
That's-
spend and $1,600 in travel, when we don't have anybody.
That's the amount that, the $800 that was used for, the $800 that's for Mr., well, I can't mention names on the record, but for the individual that's there right now. And I think that's a typo for the training and travel, because he hadn't submitted
I've
any.
never seen
Me
it.
either.
I mean, I don't even know who it is. they've never been to Commissioner's Court.
Yeah, I've never seen them submit anything for training or travel. I think that might be a typo, Commissioner Rubalcaba, it should reflect 0. But the $800, I can't tell you, he does get, I think it's $100, Commissioner Rubalcaba, a month that he currently gets. That he's just an individual that the court had here before my administration, and he gets paid. And so we've ascertained a certain guy from Zavala County, actually. Mr. Pereira and I have been trying to work with him to get him over here, but I'm hoping that I can work with you, Commissioner Rubalcaba. I know we had discussions before, you and I, about the housing, to maybe put him in Maribel's office if you were to transfer to Petrie. And he's ready to work, I just don't have somewhere to put him, to be honest with you.
Judge, on page 8, so I know that we approved for the budget. I just felt that the $10,000 for the county's clerk salary added for elections, I don't think that we should be covering that because I feel like we're going to run into more issues. Regarding it, I did take it very seriously when we were informed that in 2007, 4 of these line items were paid very close together and that they had always been close in relations to each other. And within over the years, there has been a big gap that has formed between these departments. I do understand that our tax assessor should not be looped into that thing, again, seeing that it is 7 entities that she's collecting for, but I feel that the other 3 that were mentioned really do need to get back on the same page and making sure that we get them closer in gap for next year. So for this year, I feel that $10,000 added to her salary for running elections is within her responsibility, her duty as her position.
What are you talking about?
For the $10,000 for elections. You said that her salary had an extra $10,000 on there, which was for her to do elections. But we have another office that does elections as well.
But they do 2 different things,
I know, but I still feel that these 3 line items need to be bridged closer if that's how it was before. So that's what I'm saying.
What line items are you talking about?
You're talking about the county clerk, the district clerk, and the county treasurer. Because again, it was mentioned to us that the tax assessor was also in
The
this.
district clerk doesn't do elections. Only the county clerk does elections and Ms. Mary Sandoval.
Yes, ma'am. So then what is going to stop Ms. Sandoval from coming up after she finds out that the clerk gets $10,000? What's going to stop Ms. Sandoval from coming up and saying, well, I do elections too, I want an extra $10,000?
Ms. Sandoval knows we had a discussion. The $10,000 that was given to the clerk, county clerk, Commissioner Talamantes, was done in prior administration. It was not done in my administration. So when you say that Ms. McDaniel was getting a $10,000 raise, I think that, well, she's a clerk. So Ms. McDaniel, no, but she's a public official, so public officials are not barred from that. So when you say that Ms. McDaniel got a $10,000 raise, we did not
No,
give
ma'am,
her.
I did not say that. That's not what I said. I said that whenever you notified the court that there was an extra $10,000 amount in her salary for running elections.
Correct.
I did not say that she received an extra $10,000 or that you gave her $10,000. I asked what when we questioned her salary, you said that there was an extra $10,000 that was added to that line item because she conducted the elections.
Correct.
Which has been in question. So at no point did I say that you gave directly that elected official. I just feel that in 2007, if the treasurer, the clerk, and the district clerk, the county clerk, and the treasurer, if those 3 paid departments were close, the only way that we're going to bridge it to kind of get it back into fair, which again, this is where the pay scale would have come into effect. But the only way to get those 3 elected positions back into the same bracket of paying departments to bridge it, so to speak, I guess to say, would be to remove the $10,000 that she's receiving for elections, to run elections. Because in the same sentiment, I have departments. I could easily come and say, because I'm running an extra department, I deserve to get an extra $5,000, $10,000 because I'm running the IT, because I'm running the public facilities, because I'm doing anything that should be classified under my judicial duty as a commissioner.
You don't have judicial duties,
Oh, whatever.
Commissioner, but what I'm trying to say, what I was advised is because when we looked at, obviously, you're aware, Ms. Gonzalez came before the court and advised us that since 2007, when she was elected, and you compare from 2007 to 2024 of last year, Ms. Gonzalez advises that in comparison to Ms. Sandoval, in comparison to the county clerk, she had not been getting the raises that she felt she should have gotten in comparison to them. And so Ms. Gonzalez advises at that time that since 2007, her pay salary increase was not comparative or similar to the county clerk or the tax assessor. My question at the time to Mr. Pereira was for him to explain to me, what was going on there. He advised me that the reason why the county clerk's office was getting paid more money comparative to Ms. Gonzalez as a district clerk was one, because Ms. Gonzalez did not do elections, and two, Mr. Pereira advised me that the previous administration before I got here and when I say previous administration, I mean the previous county judge and the commissioner's court that were sitting during those budgets had approved to give the clerk's office an additional $10,000 for running the elections. So that's where that additional $10,000 came for the county clerk. Because at the time, this was before obviously your time and my time, the court that was here approved to give the county clerk an additional $10,000 for administering the elections.
And honestly too, because even taking in consideration when, let me choose my words carefully because I can't,
And it was prior, before.
No, and I understand that as well. Whenever we conducted interviews for the position, for the county clerk's position, it was in that description. The elections. So that was something that the title already knows that they have responsibility over. It's nothing that you're adding on to.
But that was already included when we did the hiring process. That $10,000 was already incorporated.
I know, Judge, and that's what I'm saying. I understand that this was not you guys, this
So
court.
I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from.
I'm just saying that if our main goal, which is my main goal, is to bridge and to get this pay scale back in order a little bit, I feel that, and I'll just, for everything right now, from what I wrote down in my notes, I feel that Ms. Maricela Gonzalez should have gotten a 10% raise instead of a 15% raise. Because next year, if Commissioner wants to get a double raise or for whatever happens with that position, you're still gonna have, the county's still gonna have to pay out to bring that other commissioner up to the rest of us.
As long as I'm here,
I know,
I am gonna be
I know, I don't want to
behind the
disrespect you,
5%.
but just.
I'm not gonna ask for 5 or 10 or bring me up too far.
Commissioner,
As long as
if
I'm
you-
here,
Yes.
I'm gonna be where the
And I-
other 5% hits me.
And I know that that is true, and please, just allow me to try to explain to you where I'm coming from. You could be here the next term, you cannot, and that's just something that I have to take into consideration myself. I can be here in 8 years and I cannot. So leaving the position at the salaries that I feel that the position is supposed to be getting. I just don't think that it should have been the 15%. I think it should have been the 10%. If you would have done the 10%, it would have brought her down to 67,544. And then the clerk, if you take away the 10,000, you bring her down as well to 6,160. The collector as well, dealing with 7 entities, 8 entities, I wouldn't even touch her pay because, again, that's extra added things that she's doing for that position. So taking her out of the equation, but then you still have the treasurer, which the treasurer is still down to 52, which we can't do anything with that now, but if you brought down 10,000 and you lowered 10% next year would give you a better chance of bridging that gap between your treasurer, your clerk, and your district clerk.
Commissioner, regardless, since the salaries have already been advertised, we can't change them at this point.
But you can't even bring them down because I thought that you said that you can't go above it, but you can come down.
No, not after they've been advertised.
Okay.
You can?
Because I got two answers, and I I mean, because that's one reason, I was willing to let it go. I was willing to let it go when they said that we voted on it and we advertised it. But then when we came back and I was doing more math, because I am trying to bridge this gap, because if they're saying that in 2007 that these were all pretty close together, I'm trying to do that without a pay scale so to speak.
I don't think she ever said, or I'm not sure who you're saying they, when you say they, but I don't think Ms. Gonzalez ever said that they were all getting paid the same in 2007. She's just saying, she was saying
They were
that.
close, yes, ma'am.
She was saying that, not necessarily, she was saying that since 2007 to now, she's never been comparative to them. Like, she was never getting the raises that they were getting. That's what Ms. Gonzalez said. She never said that they were the same back then, because quite frankly, Commissioner, every one of us has different job duties and titles and different obligations that we have, and you can't compare the different works that they do to say that Ms. Gonzalez should get paid exactly the same, that Ms. Mary should get paid that exactly the same, that Ms. McDaniel should get. Everybody has a different job duty and obligations that they have and different hats that they wear. And so,
I understand that, I get that. I just still feel even not taking that into consideration, 10,000 extra for elections, I don't think should be there. And that is just my opinion. It is not personal. It is not in any way, shape, or form trying to discredit anybody and the work that they're doing in their office. It's just what I wholeheartedly feel that I think that is fair. And I think paying somebody an extra 10,000, which is included in her title and her responsibility of jobs to do, isn't right. But again, if the court does not share in the same sentiments of removing the 10,000 and lowering the salary, then I'm okay with that and I'm fine with it. It's just, I think that it shouldn't be there. So does the court want to leave the 10,000 there so we can move on?
Mr. Pereira, you said how long, when was this approved, Mr. Pereira? Mr. Pereira. Mr. Pereira, how long has it been that the court gave the $10,000? So in 2011. In 2011.
I have no doubt that if the money stays there, her workload will increase to it. I mean, she'll do it. I just don't think that it's fair to pay her extra what her job and responsibility should have already covered. But again, this is not personal. This is not to say that the workload, that the office is anything I mean surpass any of the expectations we had. It's just that if you go back to me asking what is the responsibility and duties of this position and being given those answers, election was part of them. So I feel that if it was already in the job description, I mean, you shouldn't be compensating an extra 10,000 for something that is already in your job description to do.
I just, again, Commissioner, like I mentioned, and I'll reiterate, that $10,000, the previous administration and court
And it's
here.
fine, but we're here now to, it doesn't matter what was done before. I'm bringing my
I
opinions
just
to you as of
think-
now and what I think now. So even if it was 2011, but just to make it clear, it does not appease to me to figure out who did it, why they did it, what happened. You told me that 10,000 was given for elections, and I feel that it's in the title, so it should be removed.
But, no, one of the things was, the reason,
The reason that was done was in order not to create an elections administrator office, it was cheaper to do the $10,000 instead
So
of
we
doing
just
that.
started talking about election administration office
I know,
this year.
but that's something that you all need to,
So this is still,
do. For next year, you all
Because
would
if
need
you
to
look
do
at the
it.
grand scheme of things, and I suppose this was Judge Ponce's and the commissioners before, I mean, their position was that it was cheaper to give $10,000 to Ms. McDaniel, or, excuse me, to the county clerk, whoever that was at the time, than spend $150,000 to open a
Correct.
brand new department, I suppose.
Yes.
But EA hasn't even had it come up into a discussion. I thought we barely just started discussing that this year. Because when we did the first budget, that's what I had asked, whether we were gonna get an EA or not. So even the 10,000 was there prior, so you still can't justify that her getting the 10,000 because there's no EA, when you're saying that in 2011, it was already there.
But that was why it was given to them, so that they would
But
handle the
it's still
administration.
in your title.
Because they haven't created an election administrator.
But it's still in your responsibility and your title as a clerk to operate it. How many years before that was he operating, doing those duties without the $10,000 compensation?
Always.
So then why did you give an extra $10,000? Okay, not you, okay, hold on, let me reword that. Not you, but why is it fair to continue to have the $10,000 there in place whenever that position has always done and taken care of that responsibility?
But that's a commissioner's court item that you all need to, if you're going to create it, then you'll have to look at that position also. I mean, both create the election
then
administrator and then,
What vocabulary are you looking for me right now to say? Do you want me to say I motion to decrease 10,000 from the county clerk's salary?
but she's still doing it. I mean, you all haven't created the election administrator office, so there's no sense in
But since before
considering it.
2011, that it was always taken care of with that salary that was there.
Yes, but that was one of the things that they wanted to create an election administrator, and they gave him the $10,000, he said, so that went away. So instead of creating a whole new department, it stayed with the county clerk, and that department has always handled it for this $10,000.
It was more feasible at the time. We cannot answer why it was done that way, because none of us here were, as elected officials at that time. We had nothing to do with it, but if it was more feasible at the time, it should still be
Be more feasible,
now.
correct?
So that's just basically the way I'm looking at it. And no one knows what could have happened. He might have, the former clerk might have said, hey, I'm quitting. And at that point, if you're fixing to have an election, I'll probably make a recommendation to pay him 10,000, so it'll stay. That's just like, I'm not saying that's what happened.
Ms. McDaniel, I'd like to hear your opinion on it, honestly, at this point.
I think $10,000 is way cheaper than paying $65,000 to just do it.
But do you feel that it's in your responsibility, your title, your duty to do whether you have the 10,000 or you don't?
Or by law.
By law, it's your responsibility whether you have the 10,000 or you don't?
Yeah, but the job duties, including the other job duties in our code, I would say justify why there might be a discrepancy between us all. Everybody's jobs are different.
Again, I just feel that by law, if it's in your responsibility, then it shouldn't be compensated for extra. But like I said, it's not personal. I do feel that your office has surpassed expectations and you're doing what you need to do. I just don't feel that $10,000 added to your salary is right and what's best for the constituents, because I feel that you being appointed as a clerk should be your responsibility to give that to the people of Dimmit County.
Well, I would agree with you, Commissioner, but honestly, if as a county we're going to pay an extra $10,000 to one employee, I understand exactly what you're saying. And instead of 65 or 70,000 for another department or two other people perform the same task, I think it's more feasible and more, it's smarter to go with the 10,000 and eliminate a lot of
Because,
extra
and you see, the thing is that, like, looking at the 10,000, and I do agree with this court to say, your nails aren't very straight, or what?
Are you on subject or?
Well, yes, because I'm talking to you. I'm
Okay,
not
but
looking
we're
directly at you, I'm
listening.
talking to you.
We're listening to you.
The 10,000 for the county clerk. Again, I can argue this a different way. Her employees are the ones that take on most of the workload and responsibility as well, so then should we be including a pay raise for her employees that handle the election cycle?
In a way, yes, but she's the head of the department and she's the one that makes sure that things progress accordingly, so at this point, kind of easy, if it doesn't meet 15, don't mess with it.
I can respect that.
I see what you're saying, but I just can't. I wouldn't make that move. Me personally, I wouldn't make that move.
Okay. And I can respect that. I can wholeheartedly respect that.
I see it this way, once we create, an elected administrator, we're gonna have to find an office for them. And then if, so be it, things change and laws, then we're gonna have to hire somebody else to cover it. We're gonna get supplies. The expense is gonna be greater than 10. Because on the long run, you gotta print, you gotta do whatever you have to. And I see it feasible on my part, the $10,000 that instead, of increasing it to, let's just say 20, 30,000 on the long run. But that's, again, that's just me. Look at it economical. I think it's the right thing, the right route to go. If it happens in the future, then we'll find out how much more it's going to increase in the budget.
I feel like I can't argue with the 65 for an EA and then a 10. I just hope that we take into consideration next year for her employees as well. Just as hard as we fought for her to keep the 10,000, that we showed that same initial support for her employees that actually.
Well, we show support for everybody.
The elections. No, I'm just saying for a pay raise for, yeah, for a pay raise.
I show a lot of support for the employees.
No, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, as long as we keep the same sentiments next year to make sure that we're compensating.
Mine will change.
Next item.
Page 11, District Judge. Was there an additional to him also?
Just travel.
I'm sorry, you,
Travel, he's saying that there was an additional added to travel.
There's additional to travel in the district judge's office.
So from 6,000 to 7,000?
No, 5,000 to 6,000. 6,500, I'm sorry. It was 6,500.
6,500?
Yes, sir.
For travel.
Because you got it here at 6,000.
Yeah, it's supposed to say 6,500.
Commissioner Carmona,
Yes.
I remember when we were doing budgets, and I didn't have time to go back and review, but I remember when we were doing budgets, you had suggested an increase in something. I just don't remember what that increase was in or what it was for.
It was for the lodging.
Oh, that was that, that's what that was
It was
for.
for the lodging.
Yes, for more. Next item.
I think that there was one more thing as well, for the employee that was requested for a court, I cannot recall if it was a court coordinator or it was some coordinator of some sorts for criminal.
Oh, that was for the court reporter commission. The court reporter. She had a different increase in this. I don't know which one you're talking about.
There was a line item for an employee that was, he had to let go of that, that it was hindering his workload, that he wasn't able to complete things because there was a coordinator of some sorts that wasn't there, and that he was struggling on it. And I know that he sat here all morning because he wanted to make sure that, I believe we remembered it, or?
Well, just for purposes of notification of this entire court, just want to make it clear to you all that in terms of the struggling load, the Senate bill did pass and Maverick County is going to be having a county court at law. So that county court at law would now be taking off some of the workload from District Judge Flores and District Judge Abascal. So that county court at law is now going to be able to hear cases, and from my distinct understanding is that they did that county court at law so that they could become more efficient and move along the judicial process apparently there is a huge backlog of cases in Maverick County on both courts. And so, just for record and reference, both district courts are no longer gonna have as much caseload.
I just didn't know if we had ever given him an answer on it. I wanted to make sure that we gave an answer as to that request that he had.
Is that the DA thing?
No, that's separate.
Do you
It's
know,
separate.
what
It's
position
county
it
court,
was
I know.
that he said that he had lost that was hindering his,
Yeah, if I can address the court, Judge Ponce is correct. I believe that they did pass that bill. But from my understanding from reading the bill, it's not even gonna get.
It's effective December of this year, December 2025.
That's not, from what I understood, it's not effective immediately, and then also.
It's effective 90 days from when the session ends. So it'll take effect December 2025.
Okay, so you have a hiring process to find a judge, it's not gonna be immediate.
They're gonna appoint, it has to be appointed by the governor's office.
And staffing as well has to be found as well, and it's not easy to staff an office. It's not easy to find the proper people to staff, especially in an office like that. We are glad that we're gonna get the help, but for the meantime, we do need the assistance. I believe about 3 years ago, we were cut a whole position in our office, and it has affected us tremendously. From the remaining staff having to pick up the caseload from that individual that we lost. It hasn't been easy, it's been spread pretty thin. Since we do travel, it's harder on me personally to, do things in the office when I'm traveling and I'm here, and we're spread pretty thin. But I do feel, I don't know if I can speak right now, or I have to wait.
I think it's up to the judge to allow.
No, huh? Yeah, we're listening to what you're saying.
Because I do have the numbers.
For
What numbers, miss?
Well, we're cut a large amount, and then I know Zavala County is contributing to our district $185,000, which is a smaller county, less caseload, and they're contributing that amount to us. Dimmit County is not contributing nearly that amount. We would just ask if they could possibly match that amount. Dimmit County does have a higher caseload than Zavala County. 3 years ago.
How many staff members do y'all have?
Right now, we have nine staff.
The last time Judge Pascal was here, he said y'all had 11 and a half.
Well, we have 2 vacant positions.
Excuse me?
We have 2 vacant positions that we're in the process of interviewing and hiring.
So you have a total of 11 and a half?
11, yes.
And then you have 3 additional that he mentioned from OLS, that they're paid separate?
No, there's just 2.
2. So then you have.
And OLS is on its own.
So you have a total of 13 and a half staff members in total?
Should, yes.
So you have 13 and a half staff members, 13 and a half, because he considered the part-time half. So you have 13 and a half staff members, and you're telling me that with 13 and a half, you still don't have, it's still not enough? Because I know Judge Flores, when she met with Mr. Pereira and I, she has 7 staff members.
Correct.
She has 7 staff members, and she's able to accommodate with the amount that we're giving her. And it's 7 staff members, and
I
she.
can't answer for Judge Flores.
Well, I'm just trying to compare, because you guys do, or should do approximately, we're comparing apples to apples. You're about the same amount of work. You all have 3 counties. So I'm just trying to figure out how 13 and a half employees is not sufficient for you to be able to do your job when Judge Flores has 7. And then I'm also concerned, without going into detail, Mrs. Garcia,
Yes, correct.
when receiving the pay scale of what the coordinators in his office get paid, as a county judge, I can get it if you need me to. The pay scale that the coordinators in his office get paid is astronomically higher than what we pay any of our clerks here in Dimmit County. And I
have to be very different from the coordinator.
Yeah, and I'm talking about in general, I mean, I have a court coordinator. Mr. Gonzalez has a court coordinator, or not a court coordinator, excuse me, he has his staff. And we're talking on the judicial side. And I just find it really hard that the amount of salary that the coordinator, or the court staff gets paid in comparison to what our staff gets paid here in Dimmit County is astronomically high.
I do understand that, but also we do cover 3 counties, not just one county, Dimmit County itself. We do cover 3
Well,
counties.
but you have staff that covers one particular, like let's say for instance, you have a coordinator that just does family law coordinator, it's not doing everything.
Well, no, I'm the family and juvenile court administrator. I'm the administrator, and then I also take on the responsibility of family and juvenile and criminal and court and any judicial duties that I need to take part of.
But you get paid.
I'm not.
Wait, I mean, I don't want you to tell me how much you get paid, but you get paid sufficient.
I get
A
paid.
comparison to what we pay our employees here. I'm just trying to look out in the best interest of our county employees. Because I can't sit here fundamentally and say the numbers that I've seen in the salaries, how I can sit here and say that you're asking for more money, yet I can't give that to our Dimmit County employees. And my goal here and my position is to look out for Dimmit County employees.
And with all due respect, I believe Dimmit only pays a portion of our salaries.
I know, but you guys on the total from Dimmit, Maverick, and Zavala, you're running on a close to $1.5 million budget for the 365th. Our sheriff's office is running on that, and that's a sheriff's office. So it's just really hard for me when I get the numbers from Dimmit, Maverick, and Zavala, and one department alone that just only does on the judicial system is getting almost $1.5 million as a budget for a year. That's really hard to sit here and ask for more money, and you have a $1.5 million budget, and you're asking that that's still not sufficient to operate effectively and efficient, because Ms. Gonzalez's staff here, it's costing us money because Ms. Gonzalez's staff here stays till 9, 10 o'clock on days when you have regular dockets sometimes. So then we have to pay her staff either comp or pay out the comp for her staff. Whereas Judge Flores, she's by 5, 6 o'clock, she's out of here.
Well, like I said, I cannot talk.
I'm just trying to.
But if I can just kind of.
I'm just trying to figure out how we're having to pay. You're asking for more money, but we're also having to pay Ms. Mari's office, the clerk's office, her staff, comp time on the days that you come over here because y'all stay past 5 p.m.
And again, if we're properly staffed,
You don't think 13 and a half is properly staffed?
We can
In all honesty, this is not personal. This is just being financially conservative and being, like, you don't think 13 and a half is enough people?
We asked me, we lost a vital position. We did.
Okay, but you still don't think that 13.5 members is insufficient to run a tri-county, whereas Judge Flores has 7 and she runs it, and she's out of here by 5 every time she has a docket?
I feel that if we're properly staffed and we're given back the position that was taken from us, I think we could probably be out of here soon.
Well, the position that was added on
We can manage
here,
it better.
the position that was added on here was taken away because Mr. Pereira said that there was some, what happened, Mr. Pereira, there was like some agreement that each county was gonna pay towards that coordinator, and then it ended up not being that way, so that's why we took off that line item, because there was a specific, I remember when I first came in, there was a specific item, and Ms. Garcia's nodding her head because she knows what I'm talking about. There was a specific line item back in the day, and it was for a coordinator.
Real quick, if I may, Judge, real quick. The reason too that I brought it up because I just feel that it's important that we give an answer, whether it's a yes or no, and I'm not gonna sit up here because I haven't seen the pay scale either for me to say you do need it or you don't need it, and those are things that I feel that I need to have before I can make more of a decision. The only thing that I do believe that your office and your staff is entitled to is an answer whether we are or not. I don't want you to leave here in the dark thinking that we're gonna do something that we're not gonna do, because I have no problem making a decision with you in front of me, so that way it's transparent for everybody that's involved. But I do want to make it clear that, I mean, having the pay scale and everything like that would be extremely beneficial in this situation to see exactly what it is that we're dealing with. But Mr. P, now, because that's answering my question of why was the position taken away from in the beginning.
Originally, it was an assistant secretary that was paid out of here. When it was taken away, that's when it was taken away. It was no longer paid out of here, and so they eliminated that position. And that was basically helping in the 365th.
Because it was supposed to be a position for Dimmit County, correct, Mr. Perez?
Dimmit County was funding that position 100%.
So the secretary was, or whoever, the coordinator, whoever was supposed to be housed in Dimmit County and stayed in Dimmit County?
That was to some extent the way they were, yeah, Mr. Perez.
Not housed, but she was going
supposed
to.
Like she doesn't have an office here.
She didn't have an office here. She
So
was,
like if somebody wanted to speak to the 365th court, they would go to the office that was here at the county, at Dimmit
no,
County?
it was Maverick County. She was housed out of Maverick
Yeah,
County.
it was gonna
But
be.
was she supposed to be out of Dimmit County? Dimmit County was paying her salary.
Dimmit County was paying her salary,
So
correct.
she was supposed to be out of Dimmit County, she just wasn't.
Correct. She was in
That
Maverick.
was not my understanding that she was supposed to specifically stay in
I think
Denver
that was
because we
the
have an
issue.
office.
I think that was the issue, was that because she was supposed to be just for Dimmit County, but she was in Maverick County, so she really wasn't for Dimmit County. So they removed that position, because it wasn't, I think, the sentiments of the court at that time. that they
In all
wanted.
honesty, the court is just asking to get the position back. We're not asking for anything in additional, we're not asking for it. We haven't gotten any cost of living increase in the past 2 years. We're just asking to get that funding back. It's something that we already had for several years, and we're just asking to get it back. And it's crucial, it's really hard when, you're spread thin, and, Judge Boza did say we do have a higher staff than Judge Flores, but Judge Abascal is a local administrative judge. He is a juvenile court chair. He has other responsibilities and other things that the staff, it trickles down to, the agendas for the meetings, things like that we have to prepare and get in order for him. So it does create.
I sit on that juvenile board, and the juvenile department does the agendas, not your office.
Actually, we do. I work hand in hand with my.
The
board.
juvenile
Yes.
department.
Yeah, exactly. So you are familiar with the agendas and the items we put on there and things like that. So those are other things that we work with, and other responsibilities that Judge Abascal has, Judge Flores does not have. Not to discredit Judge Flores' court or anything like that, but he does have other responsibilities.
And I think just going back to your sentiments, Commissioner Talamantes, about being fair and wanting other electeds to be comparative, I think that's what Mr. Pereira's and I's sentiments were.
And I can't argue it, and exactly why I said that the pay scale would be extremely beneficial for me, because I.
Well, that's what we
understand
did
where
here. That's what we did here. We were just keeping them. And as you can see, we're still giving Judge Abascal, in terms when you compare him to the 293rd, there's a disparity still where he's still getting more than she is. So on the aid to government, we were just trying to keep it fair and keep them at the same amount.
I would think absolutely. I mean, from what you're discussing and disclosing, I didn't know that now that we tracked down the history of that line item and that employee where it was, I can understand your sentiments to want to keep those two departments closer together in pay scale. I would just hope that you would consider that moving forward for next year for the other departments as well that are out of pay scales.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. Next item.
Justice of the Peace, Precinct 1,
Yes, ma'am.
2, 3, and 4, we added. Is anything added to them?
The $1.50 raise, Commissioner Rubalcaba. Let me see. The stipend for Judge Bettis was raised at $150.
That's JP 1 and 2.
That was JP1, Commissioner Talamantes. Excuse me, Commissioner Rubalcaba, it was $500 for the administrative stipend. It stayed the same, the $3,500. I apologize. Other than that, Commissioner Rubalcaba, I don't think there was any other changes.
On constables, we added the ticket writer.
Yes, ma'am, the ticket writer that was implemented right now.
Did we price check them? Is that pretty comparable to what it's gonna run us? Like they're not gonna be lacking?
Well, we're hoping to get the stone guarding, but I know what you mean.
And yeah, because you proposed 30,000 for the sheriff's office and then 15 for each, so it just causes a concern. Are we gonna have enough for the sheriff's office? Or like, did we get a price quote, it's just kind of a guesstimate? Regardless, I'm grateful that it's in there and that they're gonna be taken care of. Let me just say that.
This is just an estimate, because we were trying to get hold of, and they couldn't give us anything
In writing or like.
in writing or anything even close to giving us something that we can estimate. What I wanted to do was just, basically, we just wanted to get it in there so that we have something in there. We can do budget adjustments later, but it's in there already. And that's what we were trying to do something right now.
On precinct 4 constables, since we added the personnel and the vehicle, are we going to increase the fuel?
It was added
Yes,
10,000.
Commissioner, we added on there, on the extra document I gave you, we added an additional 5,000 for fuel and oil, Commissioner.
It's 10,000, Judge.
Yes, ma'am, it'll be a total of 10,000.
Yeah.
So 4,500, thank you for clarifying. And then on the seminars, to increase that, Commissioner, to go out of 2,000, to add an additional 1,000 for the reserve, for the deputy constable to attend trainings. So it should reflect 2,000, Commissioner Rubalcaba, on the training.
For precinct constable 4?
Yes, ma'am.
4,000 you said?
No, 2,000, to an additional $1,000 so that his deputy constable would be able to attend any TCO trainings that they need to attend.
The addition is 10,000
Yes, ma'am.
for fuel and 2,000 for training.
Yes, ma'am. Next item.
County attorney, I only saw the data on the professional services increase.
Yes, ma'am. That's for the LGS, Commissioner Rubalcaba, that he had been requesting. So we added that on, it's 19,000.
LGS?
Yeah, it's a system for the judicial system.
Okay.
Next items.
I have a question on the uniforms, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
For the precincts. I see a lot of employees not wearing their uniforms, so we're paying for the uniform, so who enforces the uniform?
It's based on the department head.
Because I see a lot of employees not wearing the uniforms.
It's up on the department head. And I'm glad you brought that up, Commissioner. We do pay for the uniform, so I would take this time to respectfully request that each department head continue to ask the staff to use the uniforms, and if not, get with Mr. Pereira and I so that we can cancel the contract for uniforms for your particular department if you're not going to enforce the uniform policy.
On my uniform policy, just for clarification, I only order uniforms for my employees after they completed the 90 day. So if any of my employees are without uniform, it's because they're still within their 90-day probation, because I don't feel it's feasible to order those uniforms and then they don't complete the 90-day. But other than that, it is enforced in my road and bridge, yes. The 90-day, yeah. But other than
But
that,
I think Commissioner Rubalcaba was talking more about after 90, is that correct, Commissioner? That
I
there's
just
people
wanted
that
to
are not
make
wearing
sure
uniforms.
that I was.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubalcaba, for that.
Precinct Road and Bridge 1 and 2, are there any concerns before I go to precinct 3?
No.
Okay, for precinct 3, Road and Bridge, Judge, if you recall, we had the conversation where we decided to agree to disagree, but still to split the department of the Parks and Recs. Money was supposed to be added for building equipment, parks, and none of that money was allocated to my department. It went ahead and it stayed in the sports complex. I do know that the court was very heavily on non-comparison, so then I would just like to respectfully request how much was going to be added to my line items for the parks that I'm covering. And just for transparency purposes, I cover 8 parks in total.
So you were asking for additional monies for equipment for your parks? Is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
so, yeah, on the sports complex, remember we said, okay, that we would split it. That's what we ended at, and I didn't have time to go back and review documentation or anything, but the last conversation that me and you had was with employees, which you combined the employees.
Correct.
And then, you kept 3 employees, and then you said for the fuel, the vehicle, the building, the parks, and the equipment, that we would split those amounts. But all that amount is still located in the sports complex. None of it has been moved to precinct, Road and Bridge 3, which again, I do know that Commissioner Uranda and everybody felt that it was in my responsibility to be making sure that I'm covering those parks. So rather than arguing for a set amount, I just want to know how much the court is going to feel comfortable adding to cover those areas and whatever it is, I mean.
Oh, I recall. It's because I remember that Commissioner Uranda and Commissioner Carmona had mentioned that there wasn't going to add anything on there because the previous commissioner already used his budget to take care of those parks. So at that time, the commissioners didn't feel the need to add equipment, additional equipment to your line items.
It was a fuel. I don't think that they said that.
If I may?
Yes.
My recollection of that, that day that we were discussing that, I felt like we could add to the line item as far as materials that she may need
That's what I was asking.
to move forward with maintaining her parks. I'm still against hiring more personnel
Yes, I
for
remember that.
to take care of the task. As I mentioned in the past, historically speaking, the previous commissioner and previous commissioner before him have always taken care of these parks along with their road and bridge personnel. So with that said, if we need to add to that line item, specific line item for whether it be fuel, equipment, as long as it's reallocated a proper amount that will assist her with the management of her parks.
Yeah, because the argument that we had that we pretty much stayed stuck on was, remember, there was, so technically as of right now, even with the 1 employee being returned back to Road and Bridge 3, I have 3 people listed under parks. So there's 3 people that are classified, 4 people that are operators, 4 people that are assistant operators. So that gives me 2 of my road crews. So 4 and 4 makes 2 road crews. So I have 3 in parks. The argument that I was having was I was wanting 1 more in parks to be able to have another 4 to be able to split those 2 people into 2 work crews. So if I would have had 4 people in parks, I could have sent 2 and 2 to each parks and been able to cover more ground. But because we stayed at 3, we didn't increase to the 4, which was okay. So now I'm stuck with 3 people in 1 truck, but then the equipment and to the buildings, I mean, the sports complex, the building's gonna be new. There's not gonna be a need for $15,000 for building repairs of the sports complex. Maintenance and repair equipment, again, there's not really any equipment. She's not needing anything to any of that, so it's 75. But I can understand where you're saying that my equipment should be sufficient enough to cover that. So equipment, I can put that to the side. The only thing that I'm really looking at, I'm sorry, those were mine, not yours. The only thing that I'm really looking at was, was the maintenance and repair parks. I only have 6,000 in there. And when you're running into things with electricity and for all that stuff, if you recall, Commissioner Uranda, remember when I first came in, you had to sign a ticket for the county attorney, and you approved some work because Commissioner Carmona wasn't in communication during that time. And just that 1 ticket that he signed put me over, and I didn't have any money left in my parks. So 6,000 isn't enough for 8 parks.
So you're asking for an increase of what, Commissioner?
For the record, it wasn't me. I think it was the previous commissioner.
Commissioner, what's the amount you're asking?
Honestly, I'm willing to compromise. I don't have enough data.
So I have here that in previous, it was about 17,000, and thus far it's been used as about 5,000. So would you be commendable to about $12,000?
I feel that whatever the court wants to give, I will take it and I will go with it.
$12,000, Mr. Pereira, as a proposed.
For parks?
For your parks, yes, ma'am.
And it's coming out of where?
The general fund.
Well, either that or the sports complex, because we still have the sport complex that has those line items. So, and then the parks, the fuel was the only thing, which again, I come close to fuel. The actual was 82.
Oh, you're talking about the fuel?
Yes, the actual was 82, and I got proposed this year for 75. Actual was in 23-24, and that was $82,781 that was used.
I think
This year I've only had $56,192. So again, if you leave it at the 75, I will do my best to make do. It's just, again, taking into consideration that I don't have the necessary data and information to know how much fuel and oil I'm gonna have. But adding those areas into consideration, I would increase the fuel as well.
from the 75.
Yes. Even if it's an extra 5,000 to get at 80 because 23-24 was 82. So that way you're only needing to look for 2,000 rather than look for.
So 80,000 is what you're requesting.
Yes, ma'am.
Other questions? 80,000, Mr. Pereira's proposed recommendation.
So 80,000 for fuel and parks and maintenance, 12,000.
Other items?
The IT department, it's listed at 50,000. I do know I was not here on day 2 of budget. I know that there was a lot of questions and concerns regarding the IT department. I do wish that prior to moving the 100,000 out of that department, I would have been allowed the decency and respect to explain my situation. I do not operate my departments for ill intent or for personal gain. My departments are to operate to best fit the county, and I do hold true to that, and I hope that y'all guys sincerely take that statement that I promise to uphold my offices and departments to the betterment of the county, not to me personally. But the monitor that was in question was taken care of, the printer and everything else. I mean, we were good to go. They know that there was a delay in process because during that time we were trying to make sure that we had adequate enough funds for the sheriff's office, because the sheriff's office was one of our biggest tickets on replacing the computers. After we knew that we were going to get half of the sheriff's office covered with grant funding, which we are very grateful for, the judge's staff did that, got half of it covered by grants. We then covered the other half through the IT department. After we did that, it released the funds, so we were no longer working out of who can make it through their daily workday from 8 to 5. So again, I would request for the 100,000 to be put back into place only for IT's work flow, to keep him on track to how he's going. He has been gaining great momentum, and I feel that removing it is just gonna delay the process more for him. Also, none of that 100,000 was added into any other department to show. It was just removed completely.
That's what I was gonna say, we agreed on the 50,000, but for that money to be moved around.
And
As
nothing was placed
needed,
for.
as needed for departments.
And I haven't seen it.
So-
I think the 100,000 should be put back. With technology being so advanced and it keeps changing, I mean, that's where I see the money should be at the IT department.
So I'd like to respectfully request, it's at like 2, I've been up here being good all day, 3 times. Respectfully request 100,000 to be added back into the IT department, and for future reference as well, I'm always available for a conversation regarding any decisions that I made in any of the departments. I'm humble enough to sit there and explain to anybody that's asking for clarification on any decisions that I made based on those departments.
I have a question, Mr. Pereira. So it was removed after on this proposal, right?
Right.
But it wasn't allocated to any department. So where were we expecting to get the equipment whenever we needed it?
Well, I didn't get any information as to where.
Yeah, there were
I
only
think it
some
was- there were
departments, some departments asked,
some
some
departments
departments
did
asked for it, yeah, some
Some
departments
departments
did
did.
ask for it and some didn't, so
But
The
did
ones
you
that asked for
distribute it?
did, but
he
there
put
were
it to the
many-
ones that asked for it,
Yeah.
but not the other ones.
Who asked for it?
I know constable, I know
The
the
district judge did.
district judge did,
County
district
judge.
clerk office, I think, for
So
a
you're
printer
gonna
or
remove it
something.
now from those departments?
And let me just say that Purchasing a computer and a motor, modem and stuff, those are two complete different price points as well. Just to take that into consideration, like moving forward, when you're talking about a monitor and a whole setup, you're talking about thousands. When you're talking about a printer, you're talking about hundreds. You want to say something, Javi?
No,
I'm gonna propose for us to include the 100,000.
I have a question on the personnel. It was budgeted a high dollar amount this fiscal year, and for this coming up year, it is decreased by $8,000. Is there a reason why?
She was asking for an additional position, Commissioner, and at the budget workshop, we didn't agree to give her any, to give anybody positions, or to give a position.
So you guys decreased the employment, the pay?
Everybody got it, everybody got the $1.50, Commissioner, it will cover. On the 71,000 that she requested, it was for an additional position. So that 36,400 that you are looking at,
But it was budgeted this fiscal year for 44,720. So why did it go down?
because the 44,720 reflected part-time, because she didn't have part-time.
See,
So
but then,
we added that part-time. That's the way I understood it.
okay. Can somebody please take the time to explain this to me? How is what I did any different from what is in the sports complex currently right now?
What do you mean?
The combination of employees. Part-time is combined of all employees. Her personnel is 8 line items combined into one. I got in trouble because, first of all, I did ask, but in my personnel, I had enough money to pay 2 employees. Then I was told that I could not do that because there was no 2 line items for 2 employees. So how is this set up different from the sports complex, which is currently in there right now? Because I'm still confused on that as well. It's a combination, and as long as you don't run out of money within that, because it's part-time and full-time, so then you can combine all part-time together, and you can combine all full-time together, but you can't do a part-time and a full-time.
I think so.
Into one line item.
Into one line item.
But you can convert one full-time into 2 part-time.
Well, see, that's what I did. That's what I did, and you said no.
If you have a full-time and you don't.
There was no line item at that time.
There was no line
There was
item.
no line item, it was
But now
just,
there is.
yes, now there is.
Okay, that's the difference.
There was no line item for part-time.
Because the only question that I had left was, did we leave enough money in there for that employee?
Yes, because you got the 34-year part-time.
Yeah.
Thank you,
So the
Commissioner.
additional part-time line item was added.
Yes, Commissioner.
What was added to, honestly, for transparency, it was added at the Commissioner's Court prior to the budget workshop. Because that's when the Supreme's office was saying that it needed to be done.
Yes.
So,
Next item.
part-time, full-time. I'm surprised you didn't do this.
Next item, the county treasurer, I noticed the data processing, did it increase for this fiscal year, the new year, from 12,000 to 32,000?
Yes, it did. Actually, no,
All data processing.
all that processing.
Did you add the extra 100,000 back like the judge said for
Yes.
the, okay. What other, are you gonna go and take away from the other people that you already placed it in, or are you gonna leave it as is?
Did you want me to do that?
I don't know, I just wanna be clear on what it is that we're
I was
doing.
gonna leave it in.
I don't want,
Okay, saying to leave it in.
Just leave it in.
Thank you. Next item.
Page 31, the courthouse, another building.
Yes, ma'am.
I noticed that, he already spent 49,000, he was budgeted 20,000, and we gave him only 20,000 for the upcoming year.
Oh, because, yeah, that's what Commissioner Carmona had requested. We had an increase this year, Commissioner, because of the elevators. So that's where that was coming from. But Commissioner Carmona at the time, his sentiments were that he had sufficient with 20. Other item?
Page 32.
Yes, ma'am.
Sheriff's Office.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question.
Ma'am.
On his budget,
Mm-hmm.
it says here 70,000 plus 15,000, which is 85,000.
Mm-hmm.
When we had Commissioners Court, when we were approving the budget to get it publicized, I asked if the sheriff's pay was $85,000. And you all told me it was $85,000 plus SB 22. Because I said I didn't want anybody else making, a county employee making more
He was
than the
supposed
sheriff.
to make 90.
Because I remember you telling
Yeah.
me that it was closer to 90.
Yeah, it was supposed to be close, it was supposed to be 90. Because you did ask Commissioner Noguera, it was supposed to be 90.
Because that's when you got up and you said, no, he's gonna be closer to 90, 95. And you said that we didn't have to advertise.
Not the SB 22 though. The SB 22, yes?
I asked you when we were here, I asked both of you.
Yeah.
And both
You
of
did.
Both of you all told me, no, it didn't have to be advertised.
The SB 22 does not, Mr. Pereira. But his, no, it doesn't. But his salary does.
Yeah, the 70,000 has to be staying since.
So it was advertised at $85,000. And the newspaper, $85,000 to pay. And then I asked, is that a reason to make, see, it'll be the same dollar amount that the or one employee that we have. One employee that we have, that the county has, is making more than $85,000. I said, I don't want anybody making more than what my sheriff is making. And you both told me, oh no, Commissioner, that's not correct. We're adding the $15,000.
It's supposed to be 9.
You all said, I'm not sure if it's $6,000 or $15,000 of SB 2022. And when you guys came to check, you told me, oh no, that dollar amount has not changed, which is $15,000. So I asked, I said, oh, so the sheriff is gonna be making $100,000? And you both said yes.
Not 100,000, no. Never.
It's in the
You
record.
said 100,000.
I don't know about 100,000, but
I
I know
remember
I did say
hearing
close to
close.
90. Yeah, I said 90.
I remember you saying close to
90.
95. I remember you
Yes, and then
saying that.
100,000, because I wanted to make sure, and I asked, and I said, 100,000, and both of you all said yes. And I said, does it have to be advertised? Because I had asked if it had to be advertised, the judge where she was getting the additional stipend from the state, and you all told me no.
Yeah, it does not. The SB 22 doesn't.
Did you advertise yours?
It wasn't
No,
100,000.
SB 22 doesn't.
So you got the
Stipends.
SB, oh, which
Yeah.
you did was an increase that was already there from last year.
It wasn't never $100,000.
I thought it was close to 95 or something. That's what I thought.
Go back, whenever you get a chance, go back to the video, and go back to where it says 2 hours and 33 minutes with 30 seconds, and you'll see it where you all both said 100,000.
2 hours.
33 seconds, 33 minutes and 30 seconds.
I remember having a conversation, I don't remember it as detailed as Commissioner
I
Noguera
don't
does,
remember that.
but I do remember that, I remember clearly hearing you that he was gonna be up to 95, because that was the same time we had the conversation when you said,
So what is it gonna be to
So,
pay?
yeah, it was 80,000.
I thought it was about 95 or something.
because you said that's what you had said too.
So it's 95,000?
95 Commissioner Noguera was what I had on my notes.
So how much is SB 22 paying? 15?
15.
So that's 75 plus 15?
That still doesn't equal 95, Mr. Pereira.
So it'll be 80,000. 80,000 plus 15, which is 95?
Correct.
I mean, but if we do the 70,000 plus 15, and then we add the 5, that gets them at 91.
So it's 95,000. I also saw, Judge, that we added the ticket writer.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
know for the constables, we did 15,000, when you guys did 15,000. But would it be sufficient 30,000 since he has more vehicles to equip the ticket writer?
You're talking about for, the sheriff is 30,000.
That's what I'm saying, is
Yeah.
it enough?
For the
Because-
sheriff?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Would it be enough, because he has 30-some vehicles,
Well, because we're trying to get it through the,
the grant?
to the Stone Garden. I think they're working on that, if I'm not mistaken. Right, Sheriff?
That's correct.
Yeah, we're working on
But we
it.
technically do not know if 30,000 is gonna be enough, the same way that we don't know if 15,000.
Oh, we're gonna get the money from Stone Garden for sure, for the sheriff. We just added that just as an extra. If the Stone Garden doesn't really approve that program that the sheriff is wanting, we have to add an additional to pay to cover it, which would be a difference of the 30.
No, and I just want to be clear, because remember I asked, if we knew and there's no quotes for the ticket writer. That's what I'm saying. To be clear, we don't know if 30,000 is going to cover. We're very hopeful, but it's something rather than nothing. But I don't think that we know, because you said you didn't get a quote.
Well, at this point, we don't know. But the deal is, we don't know if it'll cover everything. This is just basically to get something in there,
Correct.
because they weren't,
So he may only be able to purchase 2 if it is 15,000.
well, if Stone doesn't pay for it, then we'll go back and look at it.
On the cameras, I also saw in the video that he requested to update his cameras.
Yes, Commissioner, that's on the,
So where is that coming out of? I don't see any increase.
Because I was looking at it too, and there was 15,000 requested, but then when we were here, he did ask for the locks. The locks was 150, which or the jailers, the sheriff's office. Yeah, the cameras. We got a quote for 68,000, but the only thing that we were pending is if it had audio or not. He wants it tailored to his, to accommodate for the sheriff's office, which I agree. But yeah, there's no funding for it. But I did see that you added the funding for the locks.
yes, we did do that.
Yeah.
Remember that we're gonna redo all the locks at the
At the
sheriff's
jail.
office, at the jail?
So what about, since we're talking about adding funding, what about the arena that's gonna need the projectors?
It's already covered in COs.
Oh, so you're gonna take that piece too?
Well, no, it's already projected in there.
Oh, is it? The projectors and the speakers and the, what else have?
Can we stick to the sheriff real quick, Commissioner, on that, and then we'll go on to
Yeah, I
the,
don't want to.
please? Thank you.
So the cameras, where got it?
Commissioner Bocava, they should be on the capital outlay, no, Mr. Pereira, for the cameras.
Capital
In the
outlay.
jail. In the jail?
No, in the jail it's 150,000 for the locks.
Oh, you know what, Commissioner, it is included, because it was 150,000 for the locks, and the 50,000 was for the cameras, so that's a total of 200,000. It's in the jail one.
Okay, but we were still at a price.
That's not on the sheriff. The sheriff is different, because that's for the police. So the cameras are for the actual jail.
Yes.
So they're on there.
But I was gonna tell you, because I did write that down too, because I was trying to gather where that was coming from. So it was the 150 for the locks, but it was 68,000 for the quote that we received for the cameras. So even putting the 50,000
I think we put
in there.
the 50,000, because that's what the sheriff and Ms. Montes had advised us when they came before the court that day. They had said with 50,000, right, Sheriff? That's what you had mentioned?
For the cameras?
Yeah.
I believe right, you had a quote for about 68.
So you're asking for an additional 18, so do 220.
The quote that the IT have, they went into the jail, actually looked at everything we had, added 2 more cameras, I believe that's a quote that they gave about 68,000.
So 220 for the sheriff's office.
And I just wanted to make sure too that we did cover it, because I know that county attorney had said that there was some legal.
Well, that's for the JPs now, for Zoom, the law changed.
No legal cases pending because of that.
Yeah, we're sorry. Next item?
DPS stays the same, Judge?
Yes, ma'am.
Before we move on, did we make sure that the jailhouse maintenance got moved?
Yes, to the sheriff's office.
Okay, both line items.
Yes. Yes, Commissioner Noguera?
The fire department stays
Yes, ma'am.
the same.
Yes, ma'am.
Extension of the
Okay. Yes, ma'am. The only thing we added to the extension office, Commissioner Noguera, was that demonstration fund for the $2,000. And that's for the additional items that were requested for when they have like their pop-ups, like the diabetes events and food. Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I did have a question on, if you give me a second, for the extension service. How many employees were in there? Because I thought we weren't covering the full salaries.
We're not.
Right, you said that they were half.
They get paid part by the state and then part by the county.
So, how many employees are in there?
It's 3, 2 of the agents and the 1 secretary. Next items?
The arena.
The arena, yes, ma'am. Your question on the arena?
I have a question for you. So that is what you need, and that's what's wrong with that. That's
what you proposed. And we'll get the info right here, so it equals 27.
Okay, that's it.
For 26. Commissioner Noguera, your questions on the arena?
It was just minor little things that were added additional to it, right?
I don't recall it very honestly. Was I here? Commissioner Noguera, what was added to the arena?
I think it was just minor additions to the
We increased the,
services.
annual maintenance or requested.
How much are we looking for at the arena for the projectors, Commissioner?
Javi submitted a quote for like, was it 30?
It was like 60-something thousand?
How much?
60,000
And that was
for the
I'm
projectors.
willing to cover some of it with you from the IT
no,
department.
but they're covered under the.
Oh, the seals, never mind, they're covered in the
Okay,
seals.
the,
I mean, we go through IT, but.
no, it's fine. I mean, we can
Yeah, we're
have,
gonna go through IT because they're the ones that are gonna be
I just-
basically maintaining and monitoring.
real quick, just to refresh my memory now that we're on the arena, there was nothing that we could charge to offer that amenity whenever we're renting. We cannot charge extra for maintenance of that piece of equipment.
No, we had agreed that we weren't gonna do that.
Okay, did we agree that we weren't gonna do it, or did we agree that it was against the law to do it?
We never talked about
Not
that.
necessarily against the law.
No, yeah, we never.
I think the discussion was that originally when the building was constructed, it was all.
Part
it
of
was all part of it,
the
to
contract.
provide the services to the community.
Because I can understand, and just putting it out there, I can understand that we're offering a service to Dimmit County, to be holding meetings, to be doing things, to be productive as a county. But 60 to 70,000 to replace them, and then not just considering that, Judge, but then you also have to consider the personnel to go in and troubleshoot, set up working citizens, stuff like that. So you're incurring more than just the maintenance. You're also adding in your personnel to that as well.
Or I think if somebody breaks it, I think it's part of the contract that they're liable to pay for the damages that are incurred if they damage any of the equipment or anything like that. I
Kinda
think,
like the ice
Do
machine.
you know that is?
I think the sentiments were like we didn't want to charge client or constituents more money, like as a separate contract for if they wanted to use the, like let's say for instance, somebody has a quinceañera, they're paying $1,500 already. At the time, we had said we didn't want to have to charge them an additional cost to use the projector and all that other stuff.
I just felt like the added cost would have helped. But one other question that I had for you is, do you know on our profit and loss, how are we? Because I know that on the arena and on the golf course, we're pretty comparison of what you're making to what's being put out. Do we have those calculations for the arena?
Mr. Pereira would have those, I don't have those.
So then we're
But-
on
but
no
there's-
serving for service agreements for that.
But I don't think there's a profit or loss per se because we're not like
No,
selling anything there, like
No,
where
but-
you can have comparative numbers like at the golf course.
No, but I just think that it's smart to make sure that we're always staying in that profit and loss margin, so that way we don't go too far ahead and then we're wasting a lot more money than what, I mean, it has to be self-sufficient as well. I mean,
The arena's not, the arena conference center is not sufficient.
Yeah, it wasn't made to be self-sufficient.
You spend more than you make.
Next item.
Judge, in the planning department,
Yes, ma'am.
I noticed a decrease for only one employee getting paid out of there.
Yes, ma'am. The other employees are the one.
Which department?
oh yes,
Page 30.
38, page 38.
because it was, you requested 80,200 and you proposed 37,500.
Because we're getting the other monies from grant funding. So the county doesn't pay for the entire salary.
Has it always been like that, Judge?
as far as,
Since you've been in office?
the way Mr. Yeah, Mr. Pereira advised me.
Since he became part-time,
So are we in fear? Because I mean,
we're paying the same amount of planning as we are on the grant.
but my thing is, we added funds for ticket writers just in case grant doesn't cover the ticket writers. Why are we adding funding for personnel just in case grants don't come due to the personnel? Because I would much rather
We
have
already
to wait
have-
than purchasing a ticket writer than having to let go of an employee.
We're not gonna let go of her, we already secured funding for her.
So it's already done, like, okay.
We've already been awarded 2 grants that fund her.
Yeah, because the only concern that, I mean, it was requested 80,200 and then you went down to 37,500. So I was just concerned, like, should we leave the money there just in case?
No, we've already secured 2 grants that fund her.
That's fine. And who is this right here that, this is the grant writer or the assistant?
No, Commissioner, it's a grant rate.
This one? Okay.
Next item. No, you told me.
No, I asked the personnel that's listed on the planning department, 37,500, is that the grants writer or is that the assistant?
No, that's the personnel, that's the coordinator.
That's a great right.
For the secretaries
But I mean, are you sure? Because I
No, I'm
mean,
telling you, that's what we did. It comes out of the grants. Like, that's the amount that the budget comes from the general fund to pay her. The rest of her funding comes from the grants.
okay. I just want to make sure that, I mean, considering how much money is being pulled in through grants, I feel that it's feasible to leave that money in there just in case. I mean, like you said a million times, it's good to have the money. You don't necessarily have to use it if it's in that line item. But I would hate for, but I mean, if you're saying that you've already secured, okay, I would just say for extra added security, I would leave what you proposed in there just in case.
I'm gonna leave it at the 37.5. I don't think that I need to include it in the general budget when we have secured it already, Commissioner.
Respected.
Thank you.
On Metro, it was increased on the utilities and uniform.
Yes, ma'am.
Everything else stayed the
Yeah,
same.
everything else you asked the same. Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions?
Yes, ma'am. So we come to the sports complex.
Uh-huh.
So, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
I have one on the intergovernmental government.
Yes, sir.
On the appraisal district, did they went ahead with their increase or on the salaries or?
On the budget, they
How
had
much was the increase?
it was 8%, Ms. Sandoval? 8%. Yeah, unfortunately. 8%.
And we give our, I'm sorry to say that, but we give our employees 5%.
That's my position, Commissioner. That's my whole argument that I made earlier. How can we pay other people more when we don't pay our staff? That,
Who's getting 8%?
the appraisal district.
Why did we give them
We're
8%
kind of-
instead of 5 across the board?
No, because
They have that-
they have, we didn't give them 5%. They have an external, the board approves that at the appraisal district. Next item.
Actually, I just noticed something, because the Middle Rio Grant just advises that our tuition is probably going up to $14,000 on what they have been in the past.
For Middle Rio Grant?
It's
Oh, the dues.
Yeah, the dues.
So the dues on page 41, it's going to increase to 5,000.
Well, 5,000.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, 5,525, because the dues are going up to 4,000.
Going up 4,000.
Yes, so the number should reflect 5,525. Next item.
Judge, on
Monday.
the sports, we give them 25,000, we fund them, right?
Yes, that we fund, yes, ma'am, 25.
To help our constituents.
Correct, for them to provide services here in Dimmit County.
I've been getting several calls from constituents that they call Swartz to take him to the doctor in San Antonio, wherever it is, and they tell them, no, it has to be two individuals in order for us to take you.
Okay.
And I'm like, boy, I don't see the reason why. I mean, maybe just so they can say few, I'm not sure, but it's been going on for a while now.
I will follow up with them, Commissioner. I sit on the board and I'll talk to Mrs.
Please,
Cook.
because they've been calling me and asking on it, that why, I mean, is there a reason why or why they do that? But they've been calling and saying, no, they can't take them unless it's 2 or 3 additional constituents that they can take.
Okay, I'll look
If not,
into
they
that.
want them to drive to La Guardia and they take them from there.
I'll look into that, Commissioner. Next item.
Swartz is on page 1.
Sword. It's the buses that you see that they come and pick up certain individuals to take them to the doctor or to do like errands they have to do.
The one that's soon by.
On other expenses, did we pick up the professional services?
On the professional services, Commissioner, that's where we're moving some of the funds, the 25,000 for the attorneys.
That's the one they got increased.
Yes, ma'am. Next item.
On the elderly nutrition, we gave them the 45,000 for the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Additional.
But did
Yes.
we ever get clarification, were we able to buy the vehicle?
No,
for them?
it's going to the funding and then they're gonna purchase it on their own.
So
We
next
just
year
added-
will be less, 45,000
Yes, ma'am.
less.
It will be back to what they originally had asked, is my understanding. Next item.
Sports complex.
Yes, ma'am.
I noticed that we have, well, they added the line item for part-time, which is 60,000.
Yes, ma'am.
And then they added for overtime, 18,000. Why do we need overtime? Nobody has overtime but the sheriff's office.
I don't recall, what was the, for that, Mr. Pereira?
If we need it, like we do now.
But I don't think that's,
I mean, I'm okay with us foregoing it. I don't think that we'll need it.
yeah, because I feel that other departments could really benefit from overtime and nobody gets overtime.
What's gonna happen to the project manager?
He's gonna lose
Once
his,
this is
he's
all-
gonna lose his job.
So who's getting paid out of that?
I know who.
Yeah, it's the personnel, remember? You don't remember?
No.
Don't you let me know, Rick?
Right now, who's getting paid from
Where's the?
Nobody's getting paid from here.
it? Because it shows 7 months, 890.
That was for the previous, from the previous.
The concession stand.
Concession stand,
Oh.
yes. But, he won't allow it.
But where is he budgeted?
He's out of COs. It's a tax note.
Tax note?
Of 2023.
And then, so
So
he knows
once-
that his term here at the county is
I've already,
temporary?
I've already discussed it with him, that he will no longer have a position.
Okay, because, 3 full-time employees, park ranger, coordinator, and manager.
Correct. And then the rest are part-times.
I feel that even with 105, you're not gonna be able to fill those 3 positions. I feel like we should condense it to 2, so a park ranger and a manager / coordinator.
That's the thing, we're paying all these new employees higher than what our employees that have been here longer are
I
making.
think you need to just wait and open it first.
Correct,
Figure out
yeah.
what we need.
That's what I was gonna say, especially
I
now.
think we just budgeted that, Commissioner, to see if we can get those services, because we may not be able to hire someone. The amounts that we did are what the starting rate
Because
was.
even at that, even if you condense those 2 line items and you keep the 4 part-time, you should be able to hire like high school kids.
That was the intention.
Yes.
For the after-school.
I have a question, when is the sports complex gonna be?
The contract says the contract, Commissioner Ocasio says it should, be turnkey by November 26th.
I don't think.
Don't know if that's
This
gonna, no, I don't, this year. I don't,
2025?
2025? Yes, I don't know if that's gonna happen, but we do have clauses, liquidation clauses in the contract. If they don't finish, like we did for the landfill, Commissioner Uka, if you remember. So I'm hoping that it'll be done before the year's over. I don't
I don't think so, not unless they're gonna make a shitty ass
Well,
complex?
they're working nights and whatnot, Commissioner Noguera.
I think, the budget for everything else that was added, we should leave it the way it was budgeted this year, because it's not even been open, and we've been adding to these dollar amounts. Vehicle, we added $10,000 more, we added to the building, we added to the parks, to the equipment, we added to the utilities, to the telephone. So I think, and this is just me, that it should be left the way it was from 2024, 2025 budget, no increase on it. For the other services and charges.
I do feel that the fuel and oil 10,000 is pretty much high, considering that even if it does open, it's all high. The vehicle maintenance or vehicle repair 40,000.
I don't recall, Mr. Pereira, do you recall the reflection on those numbers?
The building is 10,000, parks is 15,000, and then equipment is 50. The only thing that I can feel that really could be justified is the equipment that you're gonna need, because I don't know, like, as far as like things to drive the field and stuff like that, but I do feel that the fuel and oil, the vehicles, the building, and the parks. So I guess I would share in the same sentiment to reduce it back to what Commissioner Noguera is recommending, and then they're going from there, because I highly doubt that, and I don't wanna rush the project either and end up with a quality that's less than satisfying. So I think that November 26th is not going to be in the cards for us, and I think that it should be decreased just for the time being.
With the exception of the equipment.
I feel that I can make a compromise on the equipment, just because I do know you're going to need things like a Polaris to drive the field, things in that nature.
You don't budget for the fuel.
I mean, I can lend you the Polaris too. But... Oh, because it's a zero maintenance field.
We still have to drive though, Commissioner Odena, you know that.
Because it's a chirp or not chirp?
Some parts are turf. Some parts are turf. Some parts are actual landscape, where we have to cut a little bit of the grass and the trees and whatnot. But I have no problem, reflecting it back to the original budget.
Judge, because even at that, I really do think that even since we're in the process and nothing is complete and done yet, I still want to hold strong to. I think that it's not the best decision to turf that entire field. I feel that desert landscaping, I know, but I feel that desert landscaping, because the thing still stands, you don't realize how much heat you're going to generate on these turf. So even though it's counted for and it's calculated in, look at what happened with the city of Carrizo. The city of Carrizo turfed the entire park, the playground, and received so many complaints of children getting burned by the turf that they went and they had to go and add a canopy. That's what I'm saying, taking into consideration, you're considering a turf this entire sports complex, from when you're walking in, from when you're in there. I feel that some areas we can use that turf, and other areas in the county and still be beneficial, and resort to desert landscaping.
So all the services, we're going back to budget at 24, 25, and just leave the equipment as 50?
Yes, ma'am.
And the concession item you just stated too, that were budgeted for this year.
30,000?
Yes.
Okay. I did have some questions whenever Alanis was turned over to me, Judge. The popcorn machine, the hot dog maker, and the cash register were not in the thing. Are you going to keep that? And if you are, so that way we make sure that it's transferred to your inventory for the new complex. If not, I'll take it back and put it back in the Alanis. I just need to know, you're going to keep it for the new sports complex, it's okay, but if not,
I'll get with you to see if we're going to need it, and if we're not, we'll transfer
back to the Alanis. Okay.
The 50,000 that we're leaving the same, that's for maintenance and repair equipment, because the equipment is on the
Yes, the
bottom,
equipment,
it's on
Commissioner.
the capital outlay.
That 60,000, Commissioner, was for the potential water meter that the city is wanting us to install.
So we're going back to 750 on fuel and oil. Vehicle is 30.
Yes.
Building 7,500. Parks is 11,250. And then the maintenance and repair equipment for 37 or 50, we're going to take that one out because the equipment is on the bottom for 60.
No, the equipment right there stays the same. The equipment at the bottom is for capital outlay for the possible water meter.
But you're still not going to be able to buy any equipment with maintenance and repair equipment, because that's the maintenance and repair equipment. So even if you leave that money there, you're not going to be able to utilize it to purchase anything new.
Mr. Pereira, why is it, water meter coming out of this budget and not out of the construction? COs and everything else that the project, the money was allocated for the project.
The project, the big one is coming out of the COs.
What big one?
The big water tap or whatever it is that we're doing.
So, but the judge has said that this is a water meter.
For the water meter.
That's just a water meter. I mean, that's a water meter, not the, I mean, you can pay it out of there if you want, but the basic.
I'm asking you why. So if it's part of the construction process,
It can be done on the other, the COs. But basically, the one we have on the COs, which one are you talking about? The one recent this year? The one we did this year?
what are you
The
talking about?
COs that we did this year for the water.
No, the question is, why is the water meter coming out of capital outlay instead of the construction?
We can do it on the construction too.
Well, because it's part of the construction.
Yeah, we can, on the construction.
That's
original
all.
construction.
That was your question.
I was just confused about why.
No, we can do it on that one, on the COs, the construction. I thought you were talking about the big construction of the water, the
That is what he's talking about.
meter.
That is the meter.
Big meter.
That is the big meter.
No, because the big meters we have the COs for this year.
So what meter is this?
So what meter is this?
So what meters?
This is just a water meter there? I don't know.
You don't have a clue, do you?
I don't remember what the 60,000 was.
No. There's a meter that they're requesting that needs to be installed with a backflow drainage.
Right.
But that should be coming out of the money that was allocated for the entire project. Not this. Not out of this one. This is for operating.
Right.
This is after you turn the key, you walk in and you start operating the park. Not right now that you're constructing.
Well, that's why Commissioner Talamonte is saying that on the maintenance and repair equipment, we can't buy equipment from there.
We can't.
I thought we could.
No,
She's
no.
saying no.
No,
No, that's maintenance and repair.
that's maintenance repair.
So I need that 60 there for the dragging and all that stuff.
That's for any equipment. that-
So I'm gonna go back, Commissioner Noguera, on the maintenance repair equipment. I'll take it off from 50 and put it back to the 37.5. And then the 60, leave it alone. Thank you. The next item,
Under the airport, it stays the same.
the airport stays the same. Next one,
The golf course.
golf course.
I have a question on the golf course. On the head of the department, it wasn't dollar amount and it has a different dollar amount, it has a less dollar amount. Is there a reason?
Is it less than?
Yes, sir.
What did we say?
You added 58 with 49.
What did we do? Real quick, just to clarify, the capital equipment on the sports
It's
complex?
gonna stay at the 60.
37. And this one is 60.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you recall, Mr. Ortiz, why, on that one?
Which one was it again?
For the head of department?
For the golf course?
She was at 58, but now she's at 49. I think it's
I
because
know
that's,
the dollar amount,
the-
58 was for salary.
The law, a Texas court rejected the Department of Labor law for the salary. So it doesn't have to be what they say.
Okay.
so that's why. it went. Other questions for golf course? Next item?
It never had for concession stand items
Yeah.
For which one, Commissioner?
for the golf course?
Yes, it's 35,000, Commissioner.
But this
Concession.
year, we didn't have one? Because it said zero.
It didn't have them.
It didn't have, we were taking it out of cost of goods.
Out of,
So revenues.
operating supplies?
Yeah, no, we were taking out of cost of goods. We were reducing
Cost
the
of goods
revenues
and
by
your revenues.
whatever the revenue came in. So now, for a while, we're gonna be charging the concession stand to know exactly what the cost is there.
Every peanut.
Everything.
Other questions of the golf course?
Capital outlay 6,000.
Yes. What, he wants to know what the capital, what your 6,000 is for.
Because the equipment that's been there for years, yeah. It's going out. Different places, things
But are we gonna be
Next.
able to do that? Because I know that you said that that's what the COs, because that's where they were arguing with my COs.
Take out the first one, I feel.
Okay.
The law library stays the same.
Law library staying the same?
Courthouse security,
Yes,
there
Commissioner.
is nothing added.
No, ma'am. Everything stayed the
Just
same.
the training, $4,000 for training.
Yes, ma'am. Technology fund stayed the same with the exception of the clerk fees and district fees for revenues went down.
On the courthouse security for personnel, there's 3 and located in that line item, right?
Yes, ma'am. Records management clerk? Next one?
No, stays the same.
Records management, district clerk.
Next one, 51, the utility department. Questions?
The that capital, for 50?
Where we at?
Page 51 for utility department. I believe Commissioner Uranda, you were asking for something about the water well, right?
Yes, that's, upgrade to Virginia encounter on replacing some pumps, for the water wells we have. Not the one in Brunswick, that one was just recently being upgraded, but we have Catarina and Espantosa.
Any other questions of utility?
On personnel, it went up 70,000. Is there a reason why?
How many water wells do you?
Hold on.
I think,
Let me,
What personnel, it went up 70, is that to try to,
well, for your,
to try to fill the position for a AC?
One of the positions,
but we didn't discuss.
one of the positions was converted to an HVAC. It wasn't, we didn't add anything, it was converted.
was
But there was an increase in salaries.
Yes, that was.
Look like we're getting very comfortable with a $70,000 starting pay, and I don't think it should be $70,000. We're getting too comfy with these high numbers, and they need to come down. I'm not gonna approve an HVAC guy for $70,000. I mean, no, not $70,000.
I think the more concern that I'm having, Commissioner Carmona, is I don't remember adding that or even
We
having
never
a
discussed
discussion to
in the meeting.
even set an amount.
We never discussed that.
That's where I'm
And not
having
even
a
a
problem.
salary.
Well, if I may, let me say something real quick. I agree with Commissioner Carmona in we're getting too comfortable with these high paying salaries. However, we have discussed as a court in the past that specific positions, just like an IT person that has to oversee all the IT equipment, that has to have the experience, you're not gonna be able to hire him at $30,000 a year.
I agree with you.
Okay, hold on. So, this is a specific position. Now, I'm gonna say this, and only gonna say it one time. We're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars as a county on our AC units because they're not being maintained. And if we want to continue to do that, this is just something that we may propose and may move forward with as getting somebody, how we used to have somebody, to maintain all of our units accordingly on a schedule. Or at least when train comes down and is charging us $60,000, this person can verify that the work is being performed. Because nobody's doing that at this point. We just know that the train truck drives up, the train truck drives off, and then we have an invoice. But if you don't wanna hire
No,
somebody
no.
like that, then I mean.
And what I mean, that's not my problem. My problem isn't the 70,000 because yes, I do know that if we're gonna be looking for an HVAC technician, you're gonna be paying upwards around that amount. Honestly, I would have guessed it more to be like maybe 80, 85, 90 is what I would have guessed it at. The problem that I'm having, that I'm stuck on, is that I don't remember the discussion ever taking place about including or converting a line item to an HVAC, because during that, and I could be completely wrong, so I can be corrected, I feel that me and Commissioner Carmona are the ones that necessarily deal most with our HVAC issues, because he's covering some of the areas and I'm covering the other areas. I felt that it would have been important to include us in that conversation on what we wanted to do move forward, since those amounts is coming out of our line item and out of our budgets. So my problem is not with the amount that's set to pay that person. My problem is that that discussion took place and it was added without even having the conversation about it. I do think that we need to do it. I just don't think that we're at a position right now where we can do it yet, because again, it's such a big decision and we want to make sure that we're moving in the best interest for the county.
And right now, we already set money aside for the courthouse, historical courthouse, to replace those air conditions. The thing is, and I'm gonna go back and piggyback off Miss Commissioner Talamantes, that discussion never happened about hiring an HVAC. And I can understand you converted from a full-time, but you still added salary to it. You didn't get it from nowhere else, but you got it from the general fund.
Well, we converted a position
Sir,
to.
the thing was that we never approved for.
We did discuss, but we did discuss it.
No,
And it wasn't, yes.
negative, sir. No.
As far as
And you can go back and
discussion-
look at the video and it's never brought up.
I would say that as far as discussion that we had, Mr. Fee, was about talking about that we needed it because I was gonna propose for the service agreement for the border patrol station. But that's as far as that conversation went, just that there was a need for it, that we wanted to look into it, but nothing that we had any place in plan or have developed financial strategy to try to get that done. We are spending a lot, but again, we can't just hire anybody off the street to perform.
You don't, that's the whole purpose of establishing an amount, because like you just said, you can't hire anybody off the street.
Yeah.
Now, if the amount is 80,000, doesn't mean we're gonna try to hire this person at 80,000. It's just giving
It
us
usually
yeah.
happens, sir, because the amount is there,
It should be.
it's usually gonna happen.
Well, look-
If we give you 80,000,
We don't
you're
have
gonna
to do
start, no, hold on. If we give $80,000 from the budget, you're gonna hire that person at 80,000. No matter what we say, we might try to bring him down at 60, you're gonna say, he deserves the 80.
For now, when you get us.
Just as an example.
Whatever it was before. That's my motion.
It was added, it wasn't even.
It was a regular employee that he had hired, that just added the additional dollars to make the $80,000.
The position is already there, there's not
It's just a
added.
But
regular.
as a regular
So
employee.
how much is it
not
always
as an
added,
extra.
right?
No, just whatever it was before.
How much was it before, Mr. Payne?
I think like 30,000 or something.
See?
So we added 40,000 to try to hire an NC technician.
We can add line items, we
Probably
can add
pay
it.
for
No,
itself.
no, it wasn't, no, we added amounts to it. We didn't add line items.
We didn't add a line item.
You bend it and you twist it to.
No, there's no.
No, because we talked about it.
I never
We didn't talk
remember
about it.
talking about it, sir. And I went over the video and it was never mentioned.
We don't have to do it. We're trying to
The
say.
thing is, we're gonna, no, I can understand that. We're trying to say, we're gonna have to buy him a truck, we're gonna have to buy him
But the
equipment.
No,
We're
the
gonna have to
equipment's
do
already
all
there.
this.
The
Fuel.
payback to work was.
The equipment's already there. We used to have an HVAC person.
Did we?
Yes, we've had one in the past. That's how we were eliminating a bunch of these train invoices.
We had when he was not making $80,000, he was making
No.
close to 40,000.
Well, actually,
But at
we
the
can
time
take
it
from
was-
half from one department, half from another department.
Yeah.
But
He was getting like 60-something thousand, if I'm not mistaken, Commissioner Noguera. He was
But-
getting like 67 something, 67,000, almost 70, from different.
you know, here we
How
are
many
telling
years
some of
back?
But,
Did we have an extract technician?
oh, before the,
here we are telling some of
4
the,
years ago?
Yeah.
3 or 4 years ago.
In the previous administration.
Mr. P, here we are telling some of the employees that we cannot give them extra, but yet we can hire somebody. You know, we go part-time with, I'm gonna use an example. Just as Mr. Ortiz at the checks office, we took away their full-time that they were doing. But yet we're gonna add one more.
I think with that one, you have to pay that much though.
Well, but the.
I just think that,
I just say it was never discussed.
yes. Because again, how it was added in, I have my proposed budget when we did budget hearing, it's not in my proposed budget. I have the budget hearing that I picked up as soon as it was filed, and it's in this one. So you added it from here to here.
No.
And, ¿a qué miras?
It's in the proposal.
You can look in there and the
So in
utilities.
abundance of time, do y'all wanna,
Yeah. This is the proposal, this is the one that she filed.
Judge, for this year, we'll leave it as it is, no HVAC, put it back to the $30,000 that I have there.
It's not in here, it's in the file. So when she filed it, you had already added it in when it was filed. Okay, but we didn't discuss it here, that's what I'm saying. From right here to right here, you added it in because it's not in here.
Because we talked about it.
Landfill,
Okay, so we're proposing to bring it back down, Commissioner, to the 30,000?
or whatever the
Yeah,
dollar
we
amount
didn't
was
increase,
before.
we got rid of that one position. We were adding one, we got rid of it, and just added to the one position. So, it's up to you.
But we're not losing the position, right?
No, you're just bringing it back down to 30.
$30 amount. Landfill. Judge, I requested for part-time, you all told me that I couldn't get part-time. I have 3 employees. The supervisor, the one that runs the license, and 2 employees that run the equipment. Now we're buying the new tub grinder for the brush and all that. I can't do it without 2 employees, I'm sorry guys. Not unless each commissioner is gonna come with their employees and do the brush themselves. I'm just asking for $20,000 for part-time. You all said no.
But Commissioner, it's the same thing that we were just discussing. We're trying to be conservative.
That's what I'm saying, because
And-
the reason I'm asking is because we've done it for others, that's why I'm saying it.
Commissioner, let me give you an example of what I'm looking at. That landfill is open, and the only thing is coming into the landfill is the garbage that the county garbage trucks are bringing in.
Once we purchase the
Right.
tub grinder, we're gonna start getting the brush. I don't bring in that much brush. As the city said, it was you guys.
Yeah, because our precinct happens to be inside the city limits.
Okay.
I cannot control that, but, and if part of our responsibility is to try to assist to keep our community clean and beautified, so, but even at that, we don't even have a place to take our brush right now. We're spending money taking our brush to the landfill and paying the landfill, the city.
I'm
when we have
taking the brush to the landfill. I told you
To your
guys,
landfill?
I told you guys here in Commissioner's Court, you can take it as long as you do it on the mulcher, you mulch it, and then you take it in. I told you guys that 2 months ago. And she's been, Commissioner,
So you're been running your brush to the
Yes.
landfill?
She's been mulching it, and she takes it to the landfill.
Yeah,
I told you guys here in Commissioner's Court.
because remember, all your coverage is mainly in the city limits. All of
Yeah.
our coverage is outside of Seward County.
Well, that's why I'm the one stuck.
So we had to pick it up for fire concerns, and we had to mulch it, and I had an
Well, I'm not
employee.
picking up in the city, you know.
No, yeah, but but yes, to say what she's saying is correct, yes, I have been picking
In
up
the
my brush
county,
mulching it.
I mulch my machine does it for itself, so I don't haul anything over.
And
It
I
all
would-
stays there.
I would say too that for me to mulch, I picked up all of precinct 3 and precinct 6. Hold on real quick. What are you asking for?
Part-time, $20,000.
Okay, so I picked up, I did the regular pickup that I usually do, right? I was trying to keep up with it once a month. We weren't on a schedule, but we were doing it still once a month, trying to make sure that we get out to it. So for me to pick up with the cherry picker and shred, it was still taking my guys, and we did precinct at a time, so we did precinct 3 and we did precinct 6. It still took me about 4 days, and that's because I was pulling them because it was so hot. So 4 days, but kind of calculated to maybe like 1, 2 o'clock, if you will. But it does take a long time for them to mulch that stuff because you have to continuously feed it, clean it. I mean, I would say
I
that,
just think we're doing double the work for brush.
well, because we're just gonna be able to pick it up and take it to her and she mulches it down.
I get to October.
Wait,
It's just $20,000. It's either a yes or a no, and that's it.
If we're gonna be able to take the brush over there, I'm good for it.
okay, I agree that if we're not gonna have to
Once
mulch,
we get the
Yes.
mulcher, the tub grinder, we don't have it right now.
no, because you have to wait until.
So you're asking for 20,000, Commissioner?
For part-time.
Okay.
And that's to account for the new mulcher that's coming in and then you're gonna have to feed it continuously.
Okay, I agree. You, Commissioner Talamantes?
I agree, yes, because I've had my guys doing it and it does take time. It does. you can come over to us and help us out if you want to help us feed the,
I'm down to 3 guys right now.
what do you mean?
Yeah. One guy went to work.
Sanitation, everything stayed the same except for the CDL licensing. It was reduced from 49 to 30.
Thank you.
BP facilities. I see that everything stayed the same.
Yes. Next one, Commissioner.
Federal grant.
Yes, everything stayed the same.
Judge, the only question
Valerie?
I had on this one, on the personnel, are you gonna hire somebody for this area?
Yes, I'm working on that right now. As a matter of fact, I have 3 applications. Next item,
Values?
valuables, yes, ma'am.
There is no changes to it.
Cemetery.
Thank you. Anything else?
13 of the thing right there.
Yes, sir.
I did have a question about the local border sheriff.
The what?
The local border sheriff.
Mhm.
What is the personnel that's getting pulled out of there?
That is, Sheriff's Department. The sheriff has a particular person that is allocated funds for that particular position. And the way that it works is that he hires somebody for that particular position, and then the Operation Stone Garden reimburses the county for that amount. Any other questions?
On the COs. You have Road and Bridge 3 for personal service, construction, road improvements, engineering, property, and equipment.
What's your question?
What is that?
That's what's allocated left to use for those particular line items.
That's what I have left,
Yes,
which is the proposed amount?
that's the amount that's left in the CO for 2019.
Proposed amount.
Correct.
So that's what I have left.
Mhm.
So anything that I see from the COs that has Road and Bridge on proposed amount, that's what I have left. in
That's
the
what you
CO.
have, yes, ma'am. And then you can also get a breakdown from the auditor's office
Okay.
for yours. Any other questions, ladies and
One
gentlemen?
last question.
Yes, ma'am.
Page 68,
Yes, ma'am.
tax notes 2023,
Yes, ma'am.
under personnel.
Mhm.
Last year and the previous year, we didn't have personnel, so how are we paying the project manager from there?
It should be coming out of their commissioner.
No, I know it's coming out of there, but how, if there was no line item for personnel?
Oh, it's part of construction. It's part of construction cost.
If that person is no longer going to be with us, then why are we proposing an $85,000 budget for that personnel? If we were advised that the personnel was no longer going to be.
It won't, whenever the project is over, he will be terminated commissioner, so it won't be that full amount. That's just the amount, and so, once the project ceases, then he won't be getting paid anymore.
Up until November.
Well, that's when we're supposed to have a turnkey, yes, supposed to. Any other questions? 3.34, discussion and appropriate action approval of the budget for 2025.
Carlos, hold on.
Okay, yes, I forgot. I'm going to open up the public hearing for the budget 3.33.
I was for the commissioner to come back. I got some time.
I need that, Mr. Pereira. Seriously.
Yes, just a moment. Is it open? No. Let me see.
Did you just say what you said?
Sure.
You need something, Commissioner?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Ms. Claudia? Ya toward the end.
I know from the party, I brought it out, that's all the time, 12 o'clock.
You get that?
I think
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. I'm here to speak about the previous administration, which is myself, Valerie, Alonso, and Jose, and the previous commissioners. As you all know, you all remember, we did a lot of things, we changed a lot of things. Commissioner Reda was the last one to come in. You all had more time with my administration, and Ms. Talamantes did not, and I just either. We took a lot of actions after we deliberated a lot. We made a lot of changes that made a lot of people mad. And when we made those changes, sometimes it affected people in a manner that we didn't want to affect. But with the limited knowledge that we had, all of us together, we make the best possible decision with what we have at the time. We never took any action because we liked or disliked anyone. We took an action because at the time that we were considering whatever we were doing, that was the right thing to do. Mario's deal, it was either give him $10,000 or create an administrative positions, because it cost a lot of money. So our job, my job at the time, was to provide the best possible service for the least amount of money. The best way we could handle that was to give Mario $10,000. We did it for no other reason, not to close the gap, not to do anything other than what was the right thing to do at the time. If it is to be changed, well, then we need either the court needs to create an administrative position and take her $10,000 away, or give her $10,000. If we're going to gap, because the statement was correct, some of these duties and obligations are by law. She has a duty and responsibility. Now the question is, on her part, are those duties and responsibilities a burden to her office? And if they are, they're willing to take action. That's what we did. And if they're not, we don't take action. Were her burdens increased? I don't know. Nobody told me yes or no. Were his duties and responsibilities increased? Yes or no. So we didn't do anything to gap anyone. What we did do is we did give Miss Mary some more money simply because, and this takes history, I've been here since 1985. At the time, we had 5 or 6 taxing entities, and they all had a tax assessor collector. They assessed and they taxed. That gave rise to a lot of properties in Dimmit County having different appraisals by each individual entity. Somebody smarter than us said, we're going to change that. They created the appraisal district.
You have 1 minute. You have 1 minute, Mr. Ponte.
Excuse me?
You have a minute
No.
for your 3 minutes.
This is a public hearing. I got all the time I need.
You have 3 minutes.
It's a public hearing. I got all the time I need. I'm here as a taxpayer. Okay. When that happened, the tax assessor collector was no longer a tax assessor collector. The tax assessor collector was only a collector. The school had one, city had one, Big Wazoo had one, Cheto had one, they all did away with them. The law went a step further. They said, okay, the county is going to be the collector. And I don't remember if they gave every entity the option to opt out, but I know they did the school. Or they had the option to enter into a contract with Dimmit County to do collections. That's why Mary is the only collector. Because of that, Mary has 5 different contracts. Cheto, Buell, Carrizo, the hospital district, and the water board. So Mary collects for all those entities based on a contract. I don't know what would happen if, because that's not her duty or responsibility, there's something that the county contracted for. So I don't know what they would do if she says, I don't want to do this anymore. Or are they going to sue us? Do we have to do it? I don't remember. I don't remember. But that's why Mary gets a little bit more. It was not to give a gap, not to do anything other than because she was given extra duties and responsibilities by way of contract. So that is something you all should have considered. I don't know, I came in late, but my understanding is different people got different rates. So if what is fair to one might be unfair to the other people. I don't know, but that is something that we do. The problem came also when we had people that were here 20 years. A new high school student came in here, was making the same money as a person that was here 20 years. Took us a lot to create the hierarchy. We gave elected officials different starting salaries for those purposes. Some of us took cuts when we left office because of those policies. And once they're changed, then now we're going back to the old ways where we're going to have a lot of problems with people coming in here to the county that are just beginners, and you have people that have been here 20, 30 years and making the same amount. All those things that we consider. What I've been telling, if ever they need to refer, anybody's to refer to my previous administration, if these commissioners don't take care of it, I would really appreciate if this court would let me come in here so that I can tell you what the previous administration did. Because everything we did, and we did it for a long time, we did it with everybody's well-being in mind, especially first responders like the sheriff. What they make is pennies. We couldn't afford to give them more most of the time, but what they make is pennies. So I'm here just to let you all know that as a taxpayer, you all consider all the facts and circumstances, not because somebody says it's fair or not fair. It's because what is the right thing to do at that time for that particular office. Thank you.
Thank you.
3.3, Commissioners, the approval of the budget for 2025 and 2026.
Is that it for public comment?
You can say public comment, I guess, as well as some public comment.
Is there any sort
Can you some public comment?
Sorry, I wasn't sure.
No, you're good.
Good afternoon. The judge would like to apologize because he did have to step out because he had 2 deniers and he had to attend to in Member County, which is why I'm here in his place. But he did want me to let you guys know that he does apologize for that. He didn't want to be here. I'm kind of going to go over the speech that he kind of gave me, modify it a little bit. Good afternoon, judges and commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. The court would like to extend our sincerest gratitude for your support throughout the years. However, today, our court is respectfully requesting that when you approve the next year's county budget, that you take the procedural steps to amend the proposed budget to restore funding that was cut from our department from the previous 2 years. These cuts to court staff salaries have had real consequences in not being able to fully staff our department, making it increasingly difficult for our court to operate as efficiently and effectively as it should. The staffing shortages are placing additional burdens on remaining staff. As you know, over the past 3 years, our workload of our court has increased substantially, driven by growing caseload and expanding responsibilities across 3 counties. At the same time, inflation rose sharply. Yet despite the increasing pressures, the court staff not only has not received a cost of living increase in the past 2 fiscal years from Dimmit County, but the proposed budgets which were adopted actually result in a significant reduction in tens of thousands in funding for judicial staff salaries. Our court staff manages complex schedules, coordinates with multiple agencies, processes filings, and are often the first point of contact for citizens trying to navigate a somewhat intimidating legal process. Supporting the court professionals is crucial to ensure the timely and fair administration of justice in Dimmit County. When court staff are overburdened, it can cause delays in processing, creating backlog, and ultimately delaying justice for citizens we all serve. And every case affected is a family, a victim, or a taxpayer waiting for resolution. Dimmit County holds a pivotal leadership role in the district. It is both appropriate and necessary that your budget for the 365th Court is responsible and committed to justice as well. Zavala County, with fewer resources and caseload, is proposing $185,000 towards court staff salaries. Dimmit County, with a greater influence and resources, should at least match, if not exceed, the contribution. This is a matter of fairness and equality. Let me emphasize, this is not a request for a new program. Got it.
Is there a time limit or is there not? Yes. 3.34, the discussion and appropriate action, the approval of the budget for the 2025-2026 fiscal year. I'll entertain a motion with all the corrections that were made by the commissioners and the judge at this time.
I have a question. When are we gonna get our minor with the corrections on it?
Sometime next week, the next 2 weeks, before the end of the fiscal year, or beginning of the fiscal year.
Can we get it before the next commissioner's court by September 22nd?
We have to approve the budget by today.
No, wait, no.
What, you mean for him to get it to you?
The binder, the actual binder that we're approving.
We'll work on it, hopefully, get it done.
I'll entertain a motion. Motion by Commissioner Noguera,
Second.
second by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 3.34, discussion and appropriate action, approval of budget for 3.35, discussion and appropriate action, approval to adopt the 2025 tax rate in 2 parts, A, M&O, and B, INS. Go ahead.
Give me 1 second, I'm sorry, Ms. Sandoval. I think that we need to let her finish her speech because we looked it up and there is no time limit regarding the budget hearing. And I feel that because we gave the courtesy to Mr. Ponte to finish, I think it's just common decency to allow her to finish what they put together to preserve the court. You can look it up, there is no time limit.
Kind of defeat the purpose, Commissioner, the budget's been approved.
I know, but I still feel that out of respect, you should just let her.
I agree.
I mean, they sat here all day,
We
Commissioner.
can open 3.3, we don't need to argue, I understand there's no need to argue. We can open up 3.3 so you can finish any comments you might have in the first day.
Thank you, Commissioners and Judges. Very just brief. Basically, I'm just gonna In closing, just thank you again for the support and for the consideration for this request today. It is a modest investment that will uphold the integrity and efficiency of the judicial system.
Thank you,
Thank you. I appreciate the judge.
3.35, the discussion is Ms. Samuel.
Good afternoon. As you recall, you all proposed the same rate of the .2800 for 2025. So the M&O breakdown and the INS breakdown is .18 for M&O and .10 for INS. So that's a total of .20.
What was the INS, Ms. Murray?
10. Point 10.
Give me a paper, right? Yeah, I know that she gave us one.
You can use it for this one?
Yeah. Sure, tax rate approved at the same rate.
That's the .28 was a tax rate. But this is for, she's talking about M&O and INS.
What was it prior?
.28.
So there's no changes?
Thank you, Ms. Murray.
We just need to get it adopted.
Any questions on this, Mayor? I will entertain a motion to adopt the 2025 tax rate in two parts, A, M&O, and B, INS. Motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona,
Second.
second by Commissioner Odena. Any other discussion? All in favor? Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Alonso.
Thank you.
4.1, discussion of appropriate action, interlocal government agreement between the City of Carrizo Springs Law Enforcement and the Dimmit County Jail.
Yes.
Commissioners, this is the MOU between the City of Carrizo Springs. There have been continuous discussion with the sheriff and Ms. Garcia, Sergeant Garcia, correct?
That is correct.
And finally came to an agreement, and before you have the interlocal agreement as presented by the sheriff, has been submitted to this court, and to myself, Mr. Gonzalez, and the sheriff. Are there any questions?
It just feels like we have an interlocal agreement for
Everything.
everything what we need it for. We have one for,
And I have, for the record, Commissioners, been in communication with Ms. Gonzalez, Asaya Garcia, regarding the MOU for the brush pickup. However, she's advised me that the city doesn't want to meet with us unless they have their full council. And they've been having a hard time getting a meeting where their full council can meet, is what she advised me. They don't want to have a meeting, without their full council presence.
So going on a year.
I mean, if there's any way that any of you commissioners can get it going, I'd be more than happy to work with you guys. I'm just advising.
We're going on a year for this.
the interlocal agreement. I think that, I don't know, Judge, do you want us, the commissioners, to try to maybe lead the conversation and see if we can get it done?
Well, I mean, I've talked to Ms., we've all been
I know.
for a forum.
I mean, because you could pick, even if it is two commissioners, let's just say, for example, if you could pick Commissioner Odena and Commissioner Carmona to go have those discussions, because if you,
Let's approve this first. Or in the sheriff department. All right, motion.
Motion? Questions? I have a motion, but
I'm just wanting to make sure it was the same dollar amount, or if it had increased or decreased, but it's the same $250,000 per year.
That's correct. The only thing that changed, I think, when they paid off what was owed, the back pay.
yes.
Oh, yeah.
So it'll be in 4 payments of $62,500 starting October 1st,
So we have a
Judge,
motion by Commissioner Odena, yes, Commissioner?
Second. or, I have a question, I don't see, I don't know if it has to be on here, but the fee and the jail inmates, if they get it, if the marshals take them.
I think that's another one that we had with the dispatch, that we dispatched for them in
Okay.
jail, $75 a day.
Right, but I don't see it here, so I didn't know if it was part of it or not.
I have a motion by Commissioner Odena and a second by Commissioner Noguera. Any other questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 4.2, discussion and appropriate action, jail status report.
I have the captain here with the report as Montes is in the training. Also for the jail judge, I don't know if we have any money left over before the end of the year, but our transport van, I'm not sure if it's a transmission, the new one, started going out.
The new one?
So I'm gonna check if it's under warranty still, but it's one of the ones we've been using to go out of state to pick up inmates. So I'm trying to see if there's money, maybe I can buy an SUV that, instead of taking the whole van out there, we could, use a SUV for the jail, just transport. That one really wouldn't require anything other than a cage in it.
It's a Chevy?
Ford.
Oh, Ford.
It's a repair date?
My Chevy truck, after 50,000 miles, the transmission went out, but it was a recall.
No,
They
honestly,
didn't
no.
pay for it, it was $5,000.
Yeah, I would put a one in.
So I'm gonna check if it's still under warranty, we'll cover it, but it's one of the ones we've been using to go out of state a lot. So I don't even know if it's
If you
about.
have any fundings, I can,
Do we use,
if it's allowable, I can pay for it out of my COs. We need it to keep doing the transports.
Yeah, that'd be just for the jail
Well, let
use.
me find out, Commissioner Noguera, though, because we bought that with the lower last rate,
Yes.
so there might be some nuances. Let me find out first and then I'll give
I was gonna ask you, is there a reason why we keep going with Chevy and GMC?
It was just a preference.
And they were already built also, the jails, I went with one that was already outfitted. Because if not, we have to get a plain van and send it somewhere else to get equipment installed on it.
I just converted from a Chevy, they're not good.
Questions on the jail report?
No.
Oh,
Questions on the jail report?
No.
If there are no
Motion
questions,
to
I'll
approve.
entertain a
Second.
motion by Commissioner Carmona, second by Commissioner Talamontes. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 4.3, discussion and appropriate action, sheriff's report. Did you submit that one, Sheriff?
That one's done.
Yes, I put it up here in the,
Where, Sheriff? I don't remember it. Thank you, Sheriff. The motion was made by Alonso Carmona, second by Commissioner Melissa Talamontes.
Trying to get an agenda, make a copy of that report for the.
You want a copy of the report?
what they put where it is?
Here you go, Sheriff. Well, I'll let Sheriff's gonna do it.
Do you need this one?
Also, Judge, going back to the radios with our buttons that we have, they're not working because our council is down. So those buttons right now on our radios that we push for the panic button or something, they're not gonna work on our radios.
The red button.
Yeah.
Because the council's done?
Yeah, the whole council, the office has been down for quite a while already. It needs that upgrade, but we don't have the space to install the other equipment for the radios.
What's the status on the upgrade? We haven't found anybody to submit for a bid, Commissioner.
What I'm trying to do is see if they'll just install everything in the back and run it off to the front. See if I can use it in space.
We have not, right,
Yes,
Sheriff?
correct.
No
For a
one?
contractor?
Yeah, nobody's put bids.
I've got one right now.
Ask them to put in the bids, we'll put it back on the agenda to open it up for bids, but the last 2 times we put bids, nobody has submitted a bid. We've had people come talk to the sheriff, that have come, looked at it, have said, we're interested in doing the work, and then no bid submissions.
Because that space, what I need to replace, there's nowhere to put the other equipment. It's been sitting in RZ Communication for about 2 years, 3 years.
3 years. Any questions on the sheriff's report?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. Second by Commissioner Noguera. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Sheriff, and thank you for, working on Thursday for the assistance for the walk.
Oh, no, we'll be here.
Thank you, Sheriff.
I'll
Don't
get my
forget your
big-
tennis shoes. Don't forget your tennis shoes. Claim docket, 5.1, general fund, $728,579.64. Dimmitt County Airport, $530.81. Dimmitt County Golf Course, $15,518.69. Courthouse security, $3,989.22. Records management clerk, $3,172.89. Utilities, $50,078.32. Rodeo Arena, $1,885. Stone Garden, $42,333.66. Operation Lone Star, 2022, $19,255.40. Dimmitt County payroll, $571,682.15. Tax note series, $33,259.45. Tax note series 2024, $53,355.76. Seals 2019, $75,000. Seals 2021, $250,063. Seals 2022, $13,899. SB 22, $13,240.69 for a grand total of $1,875,843.68. Thank you, Commissioner Noguera. Motion by Commissioner Noguera, second by Commissioner Talamantes. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Motion carries. I'll entertain a motion to recess and adjourn the regular meeting. Motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. Second by Commissioner Odena. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Motion carries. I'll wait for Commissioner Noguera. Oh, you're in a hurry too. Okay. Call this meeting to order. This is the public facilities month. 4:45 p.m. Roll call, let the record reflect that all parties are present. We have no absence. 1.3, approval of regular meeting, April 25th, 2025.
Motion to approve subject to corrections.
Motion by Commissioner Talamantes. Second by Commissioner Noguera. All in favor? Any opposition? Motion carries. 2.1, discussion of appropriate action, new business.
Judge, this table, it's been a long day.
Thank you.
Motion.
Commissioner
Second.
Talamantes. I have a motion by Commissioner Talamantes to
Second.
table, and second by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. 2.2, discussion of appropriate action to approve yearly service agreement for the Public Facilities Board Patrol.
Table.
Motion to table by Commissioner Talamantes.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. Claim docket 3.1, $6,297.50 for public safety.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Noguera. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. I have recess and adjourn. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Alonso Carmona. Second by Commissioner Noguera. All in favor? Any opposition? Motion carries. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
¿Quién va a ser el de cenar?
Felicidades.